and welcome to the dawn here in Madikwe in the northwest, where it has been raining and the temperatures are nice and cool, and there is potentially some more rain on its way. And well, we are out and about in the wet to see if we can find you any animals. So far it is very slow going. Oh, hello everybody, my name is Steve. Welcome to Escape to Nature this morning. I'm joined by Rihanna Camera, and well, good morning. I hope you're having a wonderful start to your Tuesday morning. If you have any questions, any comments, please feel free to send them through to us. We would love to engage with you this morning because, well, as you can see, it's rather slow going already here, but we do endeavor to try and find something with a heartbeat. 7 o'clock, the heavens opened up, had about a 25-minute or 30-minute downpour, and then everything just seemed to stop. But there is a fair amount of more rain predicted for today, and so we will endeavor to try and avoid getting too wet and do our best to try and find you some animals, because I mean, that is what it's all about. Now, it is not only myself out this morning. We have Nick down in Kariega, Andrew in Amakhala, and we have Trishala Nadu, my really good friend. She is on the Warthog cameras this morning. So, well, it's raining and overcast in Djuma, should I say, in Madikwe. Let's go see what the weather looks like across all properties. Okay, well, let's go for a little drive, shall we, around? We're having an issue with the weather there. That's all right. We can tell you that it is wet over here. I don't know what it's looking like elsewhere because, well, we are not there. One of the really cool statements I had years ago about the weather, because some people always think they know the weather. There was a sign on a rock that says if the rock is wet, it's raining. If the rock is dry, it's probably sunny. If the rock is not there anymore, it was very windy. And if there's snow on the rock, well, it's snowing. And if the rock's broken in half, well, you don't even want to know. Anyway, we're going to go and send you down to Kariega and Nick to say good morning.
Hello and good morning from Kariega Game Reserve here in the Eastern Cape. My name is Nick and I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. We've had a lovely start to the morning here. It's been a little slower going compared to some other days, but it's been very nice to watch the animals slowly start to emerge from some of the thickets. So overnight we did have a little bit of a sprinkle. Filled a lot of the little divots and potholes and things in the road up. Not enough rain to sort out our dried up mud wallows, but we'll take what we can get. And there's definitely a bit of a stiff breeze this morning. So I think it's a bit of a combination of factors of rain last night, high winds. A lot of the animals have taken refuge in the thickets. Cindy 100%, another beautiful day out and about on Kariega. A nice large herd of blesbok to start the day off. You can see we've got a few youngsters scattered in and amongst the herd. Obviously with these high winds that we've got, the clouds are racing across the skyline, and you can see on the ground here how it changes from light to shadows quite often as the clouds come and go. Quite a lot of cumulus clouds that we've got today. Yeah, so we'll have a look and see what develops today. We're here a little bit further to the southeast of Scotia Dam. Nobody by the water itself, with it not being so hot. But we'll wait and see if later on in the day, if we do get anybody to come down for a little bit of a visit. You can see all our blesbok are quite peaceful. We've got a few of them that are standing up and resting. We've got some that are actively feeding. And everybody has survived the night. They're happy that it's a new day. Ronald, just trying to think of that. That's a good question. You'll sometimes see cats, you know, your lions and your leopards and things like that, eating some grass to help with the digestion. In terms of the blesbok, I wouldn't say there's anything specific that's going to help them with digestion. Remember, you look to something like your ostrich. Your ostrich doesn't have any teeth, so digestion then becomes a little bit of a problem in terms of breaking down the food. So remember, for ostrich, there won't be plants that will help them with digestion, but rather rocks. Rocks and pebbles, small ones that they can swallow, and those will go down into the stomach, and then those will kind of grind a lot of the feeding material that they feed upon. So you can find sometimes as much as 1 kilogram or 2 kilograms of rocks and pebbles in an ostrich at any point in time, which is quite crazy. So if you do see an ostrich flicking back an odd pebble or two, he doesn't need to head to any mental asylum. He's still got his head screwed on straight. But it's definitely a different strategy, that, isn't it? Yeah, you think of something like buffalo, which are your bulk grazers, so eating a lot of the longer grasses. In terms of aiding their digestion, they really need water to help with that digestion. Just because, remember, there is so much fiber in those longer grasses, so water is going to help to do the trick. You can see everybody facing left to right here in terms of the prevailing wind conditions, having their bum to the wind.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Medicway, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
found one of them before. Now we seem to have found another. An easy bird to identify, and only the second one we've seen on Madikwe. This time a female ostrich. And we thought we'd come to our area here that we've spent a lot of time, the area where we had the wildebeest carcass last week, an area where we've had giraffe and elephant eating the earth. And we arrived here, and we're going to see some dance moves. So are you ready for it? And we arrived here to find this female ostrich seemingly eating the earth now. A low-lying area where sediments are deposited, and no doubt animals are looking for salt. Sodium in the soil, as moisture in the form of rainfall leaches through the soil, it ends up in our low-lying areas, and it gathers with it salt, it gathers with it nutrients, and as that moisture evaporates, it leaves the salt behind. So a natural process in the landscape, and we feel like that is what is being fed upon. And after rain, I've always come to an area like this and noticed animals feeding, because the ground is a bit easier to sort of break and access. And it seems like this ostrich was picking up the earth before. I was trying to look a bit closer to see if there was anything else that she was grabbing, but it seemed to be the earth. How splendid. So birding in Madikwe has been quite something, everybody. And if you've ever been to the Kruger and other parts of South Africa on safari and you've enjoyed birding, well, this is a place you need to come if it's only for the birds. Obviously, there's so many other things to see. The elephant energy up here is unbelievable. I know Trishala would love it up here, the elephants. And the mushrooms, Trish, there are mushrooms growing out of termite mounds. There are all sorts of things going on in the microcosmic world. Bushwalking up here, I think, is a magical experience. But birding up here, shall we see, considering it is my last day, I have achieved 190 species of bird in Madikwe, which is not bad for a list that's in the 340s. It's not bad. There's a lot of birds that I haven't seen. But we haven't been able to access we haven't really accessed the western parts of Madikwe. We haven't accessed a lot of the grassland areas and the rank grassland vegetation. And there's probably also a number of birds that I just haven't been able to identify through the call, or been quick enough with the binoculars. New areas always provide new challenges, and it's nice to experience new places. Roxy, it's possible that their exposed legs are a good means of regulating their temperature. A lot of our large birds will use their legs to help regulate. We'll see birds of prey will go stand in water. Some storks will actually defecate on their legs to add a cooling effect. But then, as with all birds, they will do what we call gullah fluttering, where they'll open their mouth to allow wind to blow over the beak through the mouth and to cool. You'll see ostriches doing that when they are very warm, but you'll also see them doing that when they are quite aggressive, their mouth open. In the Northern Kruger in Pafuri, there was a female ostrich when I was there back in 2014-15 that used to be all on her own, and I don't know how or where she came from. I'm a bit afraid of ostriches, to be honest with you. But she used to come right up to the car and stand next to me in the car and sort of peck at things. It was quite a running joke with many of the people there. This ostrich would come up to the car, and the one day I was with one of my backups, one of my sort of second rifles who'd been on a walk, and we were driving back and we found her, and I was leaning away from her, and my backup was showing her photographs in the book of leopards and lions, and she was opening her mouth and getting very aggressive with the photos. It was quite something to witness. They are big birds, And there we go. Let's see what she's picking up there. It definitely looks like it's the earth. The grey go-away birds are calling in the distance. They do feed on vegetation, they graze. And their foot has been evolved from a four-toed bird to 3 toes forward, and then the 2 toes actually fused. So you'll see the inner 1 and 2 are fused into a massive pad, and then the outer 3rd toe is just for a bit of stability. And on that fused toe in the front is an enormous claw that could quite easily eviscerate, cut open a stomach, or very badly injure an animal. So if you ever do find yourself accosted by a ostrich, apparently the best thing to do is to lie down on the ground, because all it can do then is stand on you. It can't actually slice you. Never tried it, but in our dangerous game logbooks, there is actually a section in there that says ostriches can be regarded as dangerous game, and you can log a sighting with an ostrich, but I have yet to do so out of sheer embarrassment. Got hours on foot with elephant, rhino, buffalo, leopard, lion, and I have yet to include an ostrich in that list.
Session 2 by 31 is down, north of Amsterdam power line, south of 27, west of Singapore North.
What's your thoughts about ostriches, Ryan? Are you afraid of them? Yeah. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know. They're very curious and they're very in your face when they come. I remember being on a weekend away with a friend years ago, and we were playing cricket. Now, if you don't know what cricket is, everybody. Sorry, there's something going on the radio. Last station for Steve. Good morning, I'm just here at Jonga Hotspot. What have you got there? Okay, well, we're going to send you over to Trishala Naidu, and she is going to start off at Okukuyu.
Hello, wonderful people. It is so nice to be with you in this way. This is the first time that I'm visiting Okukoyo, and it's the first time that I'm on the cams with all of you. Of course, I've done the Djuma Dam cams and things like that before, but this is extra fun. I haven't done Escape to Nature with all of you before, and I must say that it's quite a pleasure to sit here and just watch the cams. As a guide, we spend a lot of time in the field, and we don't get to spend a lot of time observing without being present. Now, I know it sounds a bit weird, but it's actually super important. So we're at the Okukoyo Cam right now in Namibia, and we're having a look around, and I've been watching a couple of these cams quite a bit recently. And the reason that I really enjoy it is because whether we like it or not, as guides, when we're present, we change the behavior of animals. I don't mean in a bad way, not in a good way. It's just a mere fact that us being present means that something changes in that environment. So it's kind of like, it's kind of like Big Brother in a way, because we get to just watch animals do them, and I really enjoy it. And so I'm really looking forward to whatever Okukoyo has to offer. And of course, we've also got the Djuma Dam Cam that we can have a look at. but I'm super excited for Okokoyo. Now, Okokoyo is one of those places where people often see black rhino. So, but usually towards the evening. So maybe later on we'll get lucky. But it's just wonderful to sit and watch. Nothing's come through so far since I've been watching the cams. I can hear soft tweeting of birds. Nothing I can really identify. It's pretty soft. Hi, Crystal. You say welcome back to me, and it's so nice to hear my voice. Oh, why? Thank you. It's kind of nice. I'm just filling in for today, but who knows? I may love it and then just stay on the cams all day. But thank you, Crystal. It's wonderful to spend time with all of you again. And just as a reminder, you know how much I love hearing from all of you, and you know how much I love having interesting discussions about animal behavior, the environment, the geology, um, the flora, the fauna, whatever it is. So send through those questions and those comments, because especially when we're doing Escape to Nature and we really get to absorb into what we're looking at and spend some time in one spot, it's a really nice time to have those kinds of discussions. Sometimes they get a little bit existential, but that's okay too. Now with this cam, I don't usually zoom in too much, and I think that's okay. I might give it a little bit of a go when you're not with me, because sometimes it can get a little bit unclear, a little bit blurry. But luckily, especially in this cam, I'm searching for megafauna, so those are the large animals. And I don't have to zoom in too much to see those. What I can notice already, even though there aren't any of those megafauna at the waterhole, is that one, there seems to be actually quite a bit of water. Now I'm comparing that to the Juma cam. So if you remember on the Juma cam, way back, there was a second, or rather there wasn't a second pan. There was a pan that we used to go to, and then they created a new pan. But still that second pan, or rather the first one, sorry, I'm confusing you. The first Juma pan that we used to have way back when I first started at Juma 4 years ago, even though that was not being pumped anymore, it's just still full up with water, and I see that it's dried up now. So here, that there's this much water, that's pretty good. But it's going to be the time of year where the rains start to wane a little bit, and pans will start to dry up. Obviously, pump pans, that's not going to happen, but the water level will start to be reduced because it isn't the addition of all the rainfall. But everything here looks really, really green and really quite healthy. There's really beautiful short grass around the edge here. It's really bright green, so this is usually quite nutritious grass, like your buffalo grasses. And I mean, it's obvious they're near the water, so they usually get eaten first, and that's because they're really nutritious and also quite soft compared to the other more fibrous grasses that you'll get in drier areas. It's really, really stunning out here. It's such a pleasure to be able to observe Namibia from afar like this. So it's still pretty early. I'm not exactly sure what the temperature is like up in Okokoyo, but it looks like it's warming up. But what's quite nice is that there's a lot of cloud cover. So I hope we get some movement. Hi, Thompson. You'd like to know if I've ever been to Okokoyo or the surrounding areas. Can you believe it, Thompson? No, I have not. So I haven't been to Namibia, and I really, really, really want to go. It's just one of those things that what's really nice about being a guide is that you often get the opportunity to travel to these areas to guide. And for me, I'm not exclusively a guide. So there's lots of other little things that I do that are related to, say, science or the other side of media and full. So I don't do private guiding and things like that. I mean, if people want to, then I would, but it's not something that I have had the opportunity to do um, yet. And so when you don't when you're not, I guess, forced to go to other countries and life takes over, the time just goes. But I really, really, really want to go to Namibia. It's like on my immediate list. It's just such a beautiful landscape. Especially want to be able to see areas like the Skeleton Coast and Dead Flay, and then places like Okokoyo where they receive a little bit more water, because essentially, Namibia is quite a large desert. A large portion of it is desert, right? But in areas like Okokoyo, they actually get a little bit more rainfall than the other more deserted areas. So desert doesn't necessarily mean very hot. Desert means little to no rainfall. So, for example, a place that is covered in ice sheets would essentially be a desert as well. I know it's not what comes to mind, but there isn't really rainfall. There is ice that basically excludes rainfall. So those are also considered deserts in the most essential way. I think in an area like Okokoyo, they're getting something, actually not that different from Juma. So in Juma, the average rainfall is about 600 millimeters. And in a place like Okokoyo, you're getting 400 to 600. Now that's in a good year, you'll get up to 600. And so there's these different environments, so different flora and fauna as you move along, and that's the most glorious thing about countries and spaces where you have significant changes in altitude, in temperature, in rainfall, wind. All of those environmental factors contribute to the distribution of the flora and fauna in an area. And so Namibia for me is right up there. In fact, all the Southern African countries. I really want to go to Botswana as well, Zimbabwe, Mozambique I've been to, but all of that. But of course, East Africa is also on top of the list. Thanks, Thompson. You've just embarrassed me. I'm being a very bad guide, not to have traveled more extensively in Southern Africa. Now, you all have to be forgiving to me as well. It's just part of the package as I learn to navigate the controls here at Okokoyo. Like I said, I don't want to zoom in very much, but I would like to move around, but apparently I can't. That's okay. Someone will help me or we'll figure it out, but I'm pretty happy with the view. So we can see that there's quite a bit of pale, almost white sand. That's usually indicative of sand that's really rich in minerals. And is a really important part of many animals, well, not diets, but their supplementation of their diets. you know, when we see animals near salt licks and things, they often look like that, and that's because this whiter soil is holding less organic material. So, you know, when we see organic material, like if you go to the garden shop and you buy some compost, it's nice and really dark and rich in humus. But when we see soil looking like this, there's less organic material and more minerals. So actually the water in this pan will also be quite mineral rich. And it's probably one of the reasons why it's so popular with animals, because it's not just water, it's also supplemented with those minerals. Hi, Jeffrey. That is an excellent question. So, Jeffrey would like to know if animals become less water dependent as it gets greener. So, I can completely understand what you're thinking about. And yeah, yes, you are correct. But when we talk about water dependence, we're talking on a really large scale. So, for example, we would say that a springbok is water independent. You know that a springbok, there have been records of individual springboks not having ever drank water. They are so efficient, their kidneys are so efficient at retaining moisture and making sure that their excretions are very, very limited in the amount of moisture that they waste. So they are water independent. But that's a large scale, that's talking about their biology. So we can say that animals become, they can't become less or more water dependent depending on the change in the weather. But their behavior may change. So with the springbok, which is very water independent, when there is a lot of water around, it will drink a lot. But that's not to say that the springbok has suddenly become dependent on water. And the same for the other way around. Elephants are heavily water dependent. Buffalo, heavily water dependent. And as it gets greener, there's more availability of water. So obviously getting greener means that there's more water falling from the sky, literally. And that means that more depressions, little areas get filled up with water, so you're not going to see them as often because they're more evenly dispersed across a landscape. Because then they don't really have to come to a water hole to drink. They can drink pretty much out of any little divot in the ground. So when we talk about water dependence or water independence, we're talking on a large scale. But when it comes to just, you know, when the seasons change, we can only talk about that period. So it's just at this time, it's greener, so the elephants are not coming to this waterhole specifically as much. But that doesn't mean that they're less dependent on water, it just means that they're dispersed a little bit more. And for this period, they are not relying on specific water holes. I'm sorry that was the long-winded answer to your question, but these are the types of questions that I like, because often we think of these things as quite simple, and really they are. It matters to me, and I hope that it matters to you guys too, that we answer those things as fully as we can so that we have a greater understanding of it. Because that's also the way that we are able to predict animals' movements in the bush. In the wet season, we can't really sit at a waterhole. It's not the same. In the dry season, you can sit at a waterhole the entire day and you can be pretty sure that you're going to see everything from predators to reptiles to herbivores, everything coming through. In the wet season, not really. So we use that information to guide our guiding. Anyway, I feel like I've spoken a lot. You know, this always happens. I always feel like, oh gosh, what am I going to talk about? I have nothing to say. And then you guys come with your amazing questions, and suddenly I have a whole lot to say. And maybe also I do talk a lot. But for now, let's have a moment to enjoy the sounds and the sights, because I'm sure once some mega herbivores or megafauna come through, we'll be chatting a whole lot. So let's just enjoy the moment. Stunning. All right, we're going to try this again, everybody. I see some white little birds just at the edge of the waterhole there. I feel like I am zooming in on one side, but nothing seems to be happening. Is it? Is it? Oh, huzzah, look at that. And of course, Trishala was just too slow. It's okay, let me zoom out again. We had a really nice image of the whole waterhole. There we go. Well, keep your questions coming. In the meantime, I'm going to tell you what a pleasure it is, for a specific reason, today doing Escape to Nature with you. That's because I have all my books around. So normally when I'm in the vehicle and guiding, I don't have all my books, and I love having all my books. Makes me feel like we would have so much to talk about. Of course, I don't usually open all of them, but I'm very excited to have all my books around. So ask whatever questions you like, and let's we can dive into it.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
So when we think about geology on a massive scale, it's quite obvious that it's meaningful. But right now, what we're looking at here at this pan is very meaningful too. There's scattered stones, bits of rocks, etc. So if it weren't for the presence of rocky material, whether they are large, hard bits of granite, like solid bits of rock, whether it's clay or limestone rather, because clay is not a rock, it's a soil. Whether it's big or small, whether the crystals are big or small, whether it's hard or soft, whatever. When those bits degrade, it creates our soil. And without soil, we wouldn't have any of the vegetation that we have on this planet. So the weathering of rocks to create soil was a really, really important process that allowed us to arrive at the biodiversity that we see today. And that's why I really like rocks, and that's why my box of rocks, that is probably geared towards maybe people of the age of 12 to 16. It's a very simple book, but I just really liked it. It reminds me of how important rocks are and how important it is to kind of appreciate them, because they are a really important contributor to the biology of the planet. Hi, Latterby. You say it's so good to have me back, especially in Etosha. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here. Flutterby. Yes, once upon a time there, I may have called a butterfly that. Sure, we all have. I'm going to try. Oh, yes! Look at this! It's moving, everybody! It is alive! I'm so excited to learn more about the flora in this area. So I really, really love trees, and I feel like, in Juma, you could point to any tree and I'd know exactly what it is. It's my guiding home. And Amakala, I've been spending a lot of time there, or had been, and I got used to the vegetation there as well. Not as good as I know in Juma, but still. And then here, at the Okakoyo Hole, which is in Etosha, it's a brand new set of vegetation. And again, the whole environment, or rather the climate of the area is completely different between Okakoyo, Amakala, Juma, places where, the places that we're talking about right now. Amakala is especially quite interesting and really, really biodiverse, really rich because of the different environments. Another place as well that is quite spectacular is Madikwe. So let me send you over to Steve and see what he's getting up to. Sorry about that, guys, but I guess you did see what it was that Steve has, and I hope that he will be able to reposition or do whatever he needs to do to get us a better look at those lions. Really, really lucky. And I also hope that you got an opportunity. We've been talking about soil quite a bit. You got an opportunity to see the color of the soil behind those lionesses. Nice and red, again, nutrient rich, but in a different way. Not mineral rich, but very clayey. I'm sure Steve has chatted to you all about the entire environment. Steve is very good at being able to tie in many different aspects of the environment into what we're seeing at that moment. So if it's the birds, he's able to talk about the rainfall, the vegetation, the predators, the geology, etc. He's excellent with plants. I'm sure he would have chatted to you about the soils there in Madikwe as well. So I heard while I was waiting for you guys that Steve said that there's quite a few mushrooms in Madikwe. That is right up my alley. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that we'll be able to see any mushrooms here. Not because they wouldn't exist, because fungus. That's a great thing about fungi. They're everywhere. The problem is that we probably wouldn't be able to see them on the cam. I know for a lot of you that's not really a problem because it doesn't even enter your mind that you'd like to see mushrooms on the cam, but for me it does. And so it presents a problem that I can't see mushrooms. Just having a bit of a play around. I have a feeling that we're going to see zebra today. Now, I haven't really been watching this specific cam very much. I mean, in the past. So I'm not sure what predators you've already seen in this area. Obviously, I can expect that you would have seen a significant amount of herbivores, particularly zebra, rhino, elephants. But in terms of predators, I wonder what you have seen. It's quite fun to kind of explore and learn this area with you because in a way you know it better than I do. You've been watching them so much. Anyway, let me send you over to Nick in Kariga, see what he's getting up to. I'm going to try and zoom in.
Welcome back to Kariga. Well, we've slowly got one or two more species starting to make an appearance this morning. Lovely dazzle of zebra. Come to say hi. It's amazing just how much something like the weather patterns and the wind affects the behavior of animals. Remember, with it being windy, they can't hear as well as compared to if it's very still, if it's very calm. And it's like clockwork. You know, if you wake up in the morning and you see the wind is absolutely gusting, oh, that was a big effort from that fall. Shame. Bit tired, this one. Yeah, and you know, if you wake up in the morning and you see the wind is absolutely gusting, it's more than likely going to be a little bit slow on the animal front. And that's because everybody lies down. You can see we've got one foal, he's down, one in the background is down. This little foal that's standing on the road looks like a teenage boy to me. In human relations, rather. Look like he's just all legs. He needs to thicken out a little bit still there. I feel like it's his posture that he's standing in as well. It's not doing him a great deal in terms of a look of confidence there. He's kind of shifted a bit. I feel like he had most of his weight kind of like pushing backwards. But hey, if that floats his boat, hey, for away, you go for it, buddy. It's quite often you look at a lot of different zebras, and when they are resting like that, they always seem to take pressure off one of those back legs. You can see his back left leg kind of lifting it up in the air, giving it a little bit of a break almost there. Really see the wind moving through his mane there, through his hair. Let me see if we can get a little bit closer. He's got very cool patterns. Have a look at his legs there. Lots of fine little stripes going all the way up. It's always interesting to have a look at the different stripe patterns of different individuals. I mean, like we were saying, this little dude's got quite cool patterns all the way along his legs there. You'll see some other zebras, their legs will be completely whitish in colour. Dobora, usually they will, correct, yes. As time goes on, they will sort of transition out of the group. But this dude's still very young. He's still got quite a way to go. You can see he's almost still like brownish in colour. Remember when they're fully mature, they're more black and white. He's still got quite a lot of sort of brownish going all the way at the top of his mane, going all the way down. But I guess that also is sort of specific to an individual as well. He looks like he's hating life. Got his ears pinned back there, head towards facing the wind. And you can see how the stripes go all the way underneath his belly there. So that's indicative of this species, the plain zebra, also known as the Burchell zebra. Remember, if we were looking now at our Cape Mountain zebra, they would be white underneath there. Those stripes wouldn't go all the way underneath the belly. They'd kind of stop just on the sides there. And then it's a little bit tougher to tell with a foal like this, but remember the plain zebra do have that shadow stripe, so that sort of dirtyish smudge between the actual black and white areas, whereas our Cape Mountain zebra won't have those dirtyish stripes, that shadow stripe. Oh, let's maybe just have a look at a few different individuals here. Alrighty, well, we're going to stop on these two individuals here, and in the moment we're going to take you across to Steve, who's got some lions.
Well, everybody, I'm glad that you are back with us. I know you came over to us for a moment, but then we lost you, and we have two lionesses here, not far from one of the lodges here on Madikwe, between the road and the lodge actually, so we aren't allowed to drive off-road because the lodge is not far away. But the person who called in these two lionesses was when you were with us earlier, and I was on the radio. It was not far from where we were with the ostrich, so we thought, let's go check it out. And they were busy trying to hunt before, and they are looking quite alert. One has got a collar, and the other one does not. What do you see? What do you smell? There is a water point here close to this lodge as well, as most lodges, you know, have some form of water nearby for aesthetics, for animals to come, and allows guests to sit and view wildlife while in the comfort of their own accommodation. This is Madikwe Safari Lodge, just up the road. Benjamin, well, lions can get a few different types of diseases. TB is something that they can contract from buffalo, bovine tuberculosis, which then can affect them. You don't seem to notice it too badly. You often see it as swellings on the arms, or should I say on the legs, just behind the elbow. Lions are also subject to outbreaks of canine distemper, also something known as babesiosis, which is a disease that results in encephalitis and pneumonia, transmitted by domestic dogs, also carried by tick-borne blood parasites. There's a number of other really strange and wonderful diseases that I struggle to pronounce, including anthrax, which is not that difficult to pronounce, but sarcoptic mange, we've seen the lions in Djuma get them. But the two that will kill them, canine distemper virus and the tick-borne babesiosis. Raymond, lions don't have dewlaps. It's something we see in leopards. Male leopards get a dewlap. Male lions get a mane, which they develop around their neck. And the purpose of the dewlap in leopards, I suppose, is just make them look bigger and thicker and more physical. It probably adds a bit of cushioning to the jugular area. But no, I've never seen a lion with a dewlap. They do get very muscular. These two lionesses, though, are just hanging around waiting for something to come close. Something that they can possibly catch. But we are just off of one of the access roads here. So you might hear another vehicle behind us. We're also quite interested in seeing our wild lions. He now wants to pull up next to me and have a chat. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. So the rain that was so ominous, it seems to be parting with the sun starting to break through these clouds. But there are areas in the sky, which we cannot show you right now, purely because of this roof, that are looking ominous, but there are areas that are starting to break through, like yesterday with our lions in the north. They moved and found themselves a nice shady spot. And I feel like that might happen as well to these two. You know, we talk about temperature, we talk about weather conditions. Do they affect lions' behavior? That was quite a big discussion topic yesterday. And when it rains and when it's overcast, when it's cool, you'll see lions moving. You'll see them hunting. You'll see them doing stuff. You'll see them being alert. But as soon as the temperature switches on, it gets to a certain degree, it starts becoming cumbersome for them to move around. Cumbersome even to just sit up straight. And you'll see them plop down once again. But they are hungry. We haven't really seen their bellies, but they were hunting before we got here. And now you can see the light is starting to change as that sun breaks through a little bit of cloud to illuminate our lionesses here in Madikwe on this beautiful red earth soil. lioness is blind. And wildebeest walked right over the other side of her there, and she didn't even look at it. Well, if it is walking the way I thought it was, it is walking directly towards the water point where she is now heading. And unfortunately the water point's a little bit far from us. But we do have a nice lens and a nice camera. We might be able to see what's going on. Or maybe, if they do chase something, they run towards us. And it all happens here in front of the car. Rian and I have a feeling that today we're going to see a real kill. A real kill. When we were leaving the lodge, we were chatting with one of the guides. We asked him what he saw this morning, and he said nothing. There was nothing out there. So I laughed. It's like, we'll find something. Craig, I have absolutely no idea. The first wildcat on Earth. It probably was a small cat, solitary cat of some sort. It would have been either similar to the bobcat or similar to a domestic cat, maybe a little bit bigger. I'm really not sure, but it would have been a very small predator. Very small predator, would have been solitary, would have fed on small prey animals. And slowly but surely, as climates changed and as prey animals changed due to the fact that climates changed, habitats changed. With habitat changed, different areas and landscapes within the habitat that animals could feed on. And you went from having an abundance of small antelope species like duikers or duk-duks, for example, to suddenly this huge explosion of wildlife that fit across the board, from eland giraffe all the way down to impala. So then we got a range of cats that evolved into different niches as well in those habitats as those herbivores did to then tackle them. There probably were more than one lion species at one point. There's probably more than one leopard species. But what happened, I know there's more than one leopard species, but more in similar areas. But the strongest would outcompete the weakest. And it's why we get this trophic level or this cascading effect of antelope from the smallest Steenbok Sunni going all the way up to the eland. None of them are too similar. They all have a different niche. And the same would be for cats. If you just look at our predators, we've got our small black-footed cat, we've got the wildcat. Then you move up to the serval, the caracal, the leopard, the cheetah, the lion. Obviously the leopard would be after the cheetah, but they're all very different. How they've evolved, what they feed on, what their primary source of food is, when they're active, are they social, are they solitary, how territorial are they, all those sorts of things. So I think it would have been a smallish sort of cat that probably would have diverged a very long time ago into a wide variety of different predators that now fill the African landscape. Okay, she's spotted something, Rian. We can see in the body language. Let me just move back. We get him a view. Don't know if going back or forward is going to achieve it, but I think this is going to be it. Let's just look at this game path. And let's, unfortunately, there is a lodge behind. How's that? Okay. There is a lodge behind. The lioness is intending on something towards the lodge there. We can't go any closer, everybody. The other lioness moved off already. Whatever's going to happen might happen very quickly. Look at the intention. You can see it all over her body. I thought I saw a wildebeest earlier moving towards the water. We don't know where the other lioness is. I do. I see where the other lioness is. She's also clocked it. She's 50 meters to the left. She's now jogging around a tree. Her objective is to startle the animal, chase her towards mum. And lion's success rate in hunting is quite low, everybody. But if something does happen here, I'm just warning you, it might not be your taste. So if you're not into kills and you don't like it, then it's a good time to go and put the kettle on and go make yourself a hot drink. But bearing in mind, this is the circle of life. Can't see where the other lioness is, but she's gone all the way on the left around, and this lioness seems to have lost interest, which means I think they've been spotted. I heard a zebra snorting. That whole body language has changed. Yeah. Oh, it's a wildebeest that's snorting. He's running towards us now, which is what I wanted. But I wanted him with a lioness on his back. Anyway, we can ask for what we want. You see how her whole body language changes. As soon as the hunt is over, the lioness just starts looking all very casual again. But the intention is very clear when they're on it, and the ears are forward. The blacks of the ears are focusing. Here we go. Male wildebeests are probably one of the most vigilant animals around. I have not in my life come across a praline on a adult male wildebeest who's territorial. They know their patch intimately, and they're always the first ones to spot things. Groups of wildebeest, not as much, but he's very visually orientated. She's gone flat now because she thought, well, not going to happen. But predators will often try and just pretend they don't care anymore, and our prey animals will actually sometimes come closer to them, like he's doing now, knowing that if he can see them, he's not in danger. As soon as they disappear, it's going to cause him to freak out and he'll have to run away. I think the youngster was a little bit too blasé about it, and she didn't loop around too well. She went straight for him when actually she should have tried to go more left and steer him towards mum, who's on the right. But a big male wildebeest, yes, a lioness can take it down. It's definitely not the easiest of prey animals. Wonder if you can hear him. Almost zebra-like sometimes. In the Mara, I saw a number of times where the wildebeest would turn on a lion, and they don't know what to do with themselves when the wildebeest turns on them. They suddenly see those horns and they go, hey, that's not how this works. You're supposed to be running from me. You're supposed to be running away from me. The alarm calls, and off he goes. See, she probably hides behind a bush, and he's like, I'm out of here. This is way too much for me. This is way too much for me. Go ahead, Ross.
Would you mind if I pass you then?
Yeah, you're most welcome. Yeah, there's two aside who tried this wildebeest here, but now they've gone flat. We've lost visual.
Okay, copy that. Thank you.
Okay, so he's a big boy, and we are going to have a vehicle joining us in a moment. So he's trying to think, are there more? There's always more than one. There's always more than one lion. Is there? No? Maybe? Such funny sounds. Such funny sounds. He's not sure what he's going to do. Well, I can't see the lions, can you? They've both gone flat and they're very close to the water now, which is probably to their advantage. Probably to their advantage. Somebody else is going to come down and drink who's not as vigilant as this male wildebeest. He's going to come and say, "Did you guys see that? Did you see that?" And not just me making it up. I didn't maybe see a lion. I did, right? I did. Hey? He wants some justification. I'm thirsty. Oh, where am I going to run to? This is where the risks come in. He doesn't know where the other cats are. Doesn't know where they are. Now he's going to come and give me a hard time. Where are you going, buddy? Yeah, I'd just keep running that way if I were you. That's right. Get out of here. Go drink somewhere else. Good morning. Good, thanks, man. Now they have vanished. Will we see them again? Well, it's debatable. We can't go off-road there, so that makes it tricky. So we'll probably give it a few more minutes and then we'll probably move off. Go and find something else. For now, we're just going to breathe in the beauty of Madikwe and the hammering of a roof that's being put in down the road at the lodge. Not a lot of cover, but the lions are invisible. Okay, well, we're going to see if we can get another view of these cats. In the meantime, we send you over to Trish, who's having a look at Ukukuyu. Ross. She's right there. Ross for Steve. Okay, I'll reposition. Yeah, I've got visual of this one female. She's right there by your water. I'm guessing there's absolutely no access.
About something really, really interesting and something that's quite important to me. I really love learning about prehistoric environments and prehistoric animals. And you were talking about what the earliest cat was. And so the cat lineage is a really, really mysterious lineage to be looking at. They have what's called a ghost lineage. So the modern day cats that we see here, there's a lot of absent data around basically from about 11,000 years ago to quite recently. But the first what can actually be identified as a feline occurred about 25 million years ago, I think, and it's called a Proailurus. The only reason I know that is because obviously I like to read about them. So Proailurus was a very small cat. I think it was only about, I'd say not more than 10 kgs. At least that's what we can tell from fossil record. And it was at least partially arboreal. And just like Steve said, he made such a good assumption, and that's what good knowledge of ecology and wildlife can do, is you can make some really good assumptions. And he's right, solitary animal, small, exactly what he said. So that's it, Proailurus. was the first cat. Now, I do hope that we'll get to see some cats here. But I have a feeling it's going to be a herbivorous day out here at Okokoyo. Maybe on the Juba Camp, we'll be lucky. How much I would love to see Lalamba. I really would. Today in my office, I have a painting of Tandy keeping me company. And all my books. What's really nice about having an interest in prehistoric environments, animals, flora, fauna, etc., is being able to see how things had, how things have adapted, moved, changed. This evolutionary time that it's taken for things to get to where it is now. And I really love that. And yeah, grasses are an interesting one because grasses are fairly recent. In fact, plants as a whole, you would think, oh, plants came first and then animals, but no, it's the other way around. Predators first, and it's only once plants came to be that herbivores could evolve. And grasses were even more recent than plants, or rather trees and shrubs, etc. Or those, some of my favorites, those scaly ferns. Gosh, I love them so much. So beautiful, and they look so prehistoric. We see some of them around Cape Town. You can see Australian scaly fern. You see some in some areas. Obviously, they're not indigenous to the area, but they are beautiful. Gosh, I feel like you're all just part of my home life for a second there because you all heard my reminder. Unfortunately, I can't mute my laptop because then I won't be able to hear anything and you won't be able to hear me. So there you go. Or you're all part of my life. Let's move over to the other side of the waterhole. Okay, let's zoom out a bit. So I have been playing with a zoom just a little bit. I think staying wide is where we get the best images. So when we just started our time together, when we started Escape to Nature, I was saying to you that inevitably our presence affects animals. Our presence in field. Again, not in a negative way, not in a positive way, it's just a fact. And some of the most interesting things that I've seen in the bush, not always, I mean, there have been a couple really interesting things that I've seen happening right in front of me, but some of the most interesting animals, interactions, things like that I've seen are through these camps. And it's amazing to watch because as whereas a game drive vehicle comes and could be disturbing a hunt, but we always try to make sure that doesn't happen. But inevitably, the presence of the vehicle. And that's what I really, really love about these cams. So even though I know that we're not seeing much right now, when we do see something, it is really, really, really pure, if I could say that. Really lovely. So for me, we started off here at Okokoyo. We haven't jumped over to the Juma cam just yet, but I'm sure that we will. And we also spent some time with Steve in Madikwe, and he's with some lions at the moment. And we hope that there'll be some action there. And then Nick in Karika, he had some really wonderful zebra, nice and fluffy. So that's what's been going on so far. And remember that you can send through your questions and your comments, because I especially like to hear from you. Especially if you have questions related to any prehistory, because I also just found my one of my prehistory books. I can really understand why lots of people keep these camps kind of open and running in the background, because they are really peaceful. And in fact, lots of studies have shown that spending time, not just spending time in nature, but being exposed to these natural kinds of sounds, smells, and sights is really good for your health. I would imagine that it induces relaxation, which is no doubt helpful. Hi, Nadia. Thank you for your question. You would like to know which insect has the most interesting something structure. Foot structure. There we go. Huh. That is a really, really good question. I think that for me, so start off by saying most insects have a very similar foot structure because they're doing the same thing. Most insects' feet need them to be able to grip on basically any surface. So if they're walking up walls, up plants, down across water, whatever, they need to do the same thing. So almost all insect feet have hook-like structures and have hairs. Two things that really help them create surface area that allow them to climb up things, through things. Also allows them to move across water and even float, because the large surface area, or the increase in surface area created by those hairs, allows them to be able to almost walk on water. So most insects have that, and we also, I think it's a good time to remind people, because sometimes it's not so obvious, but a defining feature of insects is having 6 legs. So those 6 legs, sometimes you might get a modification of 2 of the front legs or 2 of the back legs, but it is always 6 legs. But the legs that I find most interesting, or rather the foot structure, as your question asked, Nadia, that I find most interesting, are those of caterpillars. So caterpillars are insects. They are the larval stage of a butterfly or a moth or any lepidopteran. And so when we look at them, we think, oh my goodness, they've got so many legs. But in fact, they've only got 6 legs. They've got 6 true legs. And those true legs are towards the front, towards the head of the caterpillar. But behind it, they have these other feet. And they're called pseudopoda. So they're fake feet, basically. And I find them, I think that they're really, really cool. In fact, I had a look on. Okay, a bit of a story. I've been trying to plant veggies in my garden, and it seems like out of nowhere, caterpillars just zone in on my vegetables. So anyway, I decided that it was time for me to take out my microscope and have a look at one of these caterpillars under the microscope, so I know exactly what I'm dealing with. Obviously, in terms of the gardening, that didn't go far, because then I went into a deep dive on pseudopoda, because I saw it so clearly under the microscope. So pseudopoda have no structure, no bony-like structure. So the true feet of an insect, like I said, have some hairs. They have a hooked structures, a little claw maybe. Pseudopoda don't have that. Pseudopoda are just like a fat sack type thing with a suction cup at the end. And that's exactly what it looked like under the microscope. And it's the movement, the contraction of the caterpillar's body and the movement of the fat and the contracting of the fat that in that actual foot that allows it to move. And obviously the little suction bit at the bottom of the foot that creates the grip for it to move along. I think that's so interesting, because it's quite unique. It's fake, it's so transient. It's only there for a certain portion of an insect, not just any insect, only a lepidopteran's life. And then it's gone. And then they emerge in their adult form, and it's back to the normal foot structure. I think it's very cool.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
So we were chatting about it being nice and overcast, which is always good for predator movement. And while there is no predator movement on this side, there is some on Steve's side. So let's head over to Madikwe.
Well, indeed, Trish, we do have a couple of cats, and they have picked a beautiful, beautiful shade of a shepherd's tree. But you might hear a little bit of noise. They're doing some maintenance at the lodge over there, and I do apologize for that. But, Rian, do you think you can get this bird that's just in front of us here? Oh, too late. It was a scaly feathered finch. I know Sinak is very into his birds, and he keeps sending me pictures of birds with questions about whether we get certain birds here, and that was a bird that he asked me about recently, the scaly feathered finch. It has now moved off, and our lions were unsuccessful in their wildebeest hunt, but their day is not over. But we might have to move due to the fact that it is rather noisy. Excuse me. Excuse me. The rain has definitely calmed down the dust, but the dust is still in our nostrils from days of being out here in the dryness of Madikwe. I was just chatting with Ben before, Ben Coley, who is on his way. He's nearly ready to board his first flight from Arathusa Airport to head up here to Madikwe for a handover this afternoon. Jacob, you want to know why lions have tiny spots around their noses? Well, I know that on the sides of the nose is the whiskers, and those are whiskers. I don't know of tiny spots around a lion's nose. At the base of the nose there are the whiskers that come out. So leopards have got spots around the face. I don't know of tiny spots on lions' faces. And I have looked at many of them. Maybe I've looked at so many I don't see them anymore. Okay, well, we're going to move on because we are just a little bit too close to a lodge here, and there's a lot of maintenance works going on. And Gina, there's no real hierarchy in lions with regards to prides. It's all about the adult that sort of leads. I suppose the hierarchy is from experience. Experience just plays itself out straight away. So if there's an adult and a youngster, yes, there's a hierarchy, but they don't dominate each other. They just go by experience and they lead that way. The oldest and most powerful, definitely the most experienced, lead the way, but that could be any of the adults after a period of time. But the youngsters definitely defer to the adults when it comes to where they're going to move to and how they're going to hunt. Okay, well, we're going to move on and find something else for you, and we're going to send you over to Nick, who's got a wide variety of antelopes.
Alrighty, we've got some animals that are happy to not be around any types of lions. Nice little gathering here of zebra and blesbok. If you look far in the distance, back right of the frame, you can see we've got 2 wildebeest that are lying down on the ground there. So a little mixed match of species going on here. It's been amazing to watch how every now and then the sun pokes through, just in like a small but bright and intense shaft. And I'm really hoping that we'll get that now. You know, it happens every sort of 20-30 seconds or so, and it's absolutely amazing when the background, that thicket, still remains in kind of the shadow, and that shaft of sunlight hits the animals in the foreground here. So I'm kind of hoping that that's going to happen for us, but you know, let's wait and see. Let's bide our time. You know, with everything else in the shadows and the sun kind of shining brightly on the zebra with that whiter color, they stick out like a sore thumb. James, in terms of the rain chasing away animals, it definitely does have a big impact on their behavior. I would say rain, or at least, sorry, let me rephrase that. I would say wind actually has a bigger impact on their behavior. But in terms of rain, no one really enjoys the rain, really, especially antelope species. So what you'll see is them largely gathering together, kind of like you can see here. So everybody getting close together, just because it does become harder to see, you know, visually everything's not as clear. It's definitely harder to hear. So by all the different species coming together, it helps out. And generally you'll see animals with their back to the rain, so trying to shelter themselves from the rain. You know, it's always a tricky one for them, because, you know, by staying out in the open like they are here, they can definitely scan around and potentially see and spot predators before it gets, you know, before it gets too late, really. They give themselves a greater opportunity to spot those predators. But it's very uncomfortable, it's very unpleasant in an open area like this if it did have to rain. Whereas if they went into the thicket, like kind of behind them, they might be a bit more sheltered from the rain, but the opportunity for an ambush is that much higher. You know, the risk is that much higher because there's that much more cover in those thickets. Lions and leopards and things can sneak up on them, and these antelope will only spot them at the last minute, possibly just before it's too late. So with the rain coming in, oh, there we go. There's a little shaft of sunlight. Boom shakalaka. That's what we talked about, guys. Look at that. That is so cool. Take a picture of that. I was a few seconds late. Yeah, I'm so happy we got that. So then, yeah, like we were saying, in terms of the predators, you will largely start to see a lot more of them hunting in those conditions, just because, you know, those weather conditions are going to help to conceal their movements. You know, it's harder to visually spot them, it's harder to hear them moving in and amongst, you know, the sound of a hard rain beating on the ground, you know, often accompanied with lightning and thunder and stuff like that. So it definitely becomes a little trickier to spot those predators. So your weather has a big influence on the animals. You know, some of your big animals like elephants, if there's a steady drizzle, they don't really care. They kind of just get on with life. So, I mean, if I had to pan away to either side of all of these zebras and blesboks that we can see, there aren't really any animals that I can see. You know, everybody's really huddling in close to each other here. And age-old, tried and tested technique. Jonathan, it's the drip dry technique. Basically just stand there and wait for the water and things like that to evaporate. At least for sort of blesbok and zebras and things like that. In terms of something like a lion, male lion's got that big, thick, dense mane. He'll shake his mane to get all of that water out, and then more than likely there'll be a lot of grooming of licking with the tongue and things like that to maintain the condition, and in so doing helping to dry themselves off. A strong wind like we've got now, that's definitely going to help to dry them off. But it's not like they'll go up against a tree and scratch up against a tree to try and dry off or anything like that. So they've basically just got to wait it out. Not lucky enough to have towels and things like that. But it's not like it's a train smash, it's that's a part of everyday life for all of these animals out here, is dealing with conditions like that of getting wet and things like that. I feel like for animals getting wet is not really a biggie, Sure, it's not that pleasant, it's not that enjoyable, but that is something they just have to deal with, and as plain as simple as that, they have to just get on with life. But within saying that, you do get some monster storms that do come around sometimes. I've seen a storm in the north coast in Zululand, a huge storm that came in over summer. The humidity throughout that afternoon was literally unbearable. And when the storm finally struck, the rain, it just absolutely soaked everything. There was so much runoff because it was such a hard rain as well. And anyways, there was huge bolts of lightning and things like that. And there was 3 giraffe that got struck by lightning, and they got killed on the spot. Thanks for coming. Yeah, so there was one giraffe at the top of this ridgeline, which is probably not the wisest move in the world when the tallest animal out here is the biggest storm of the year, and you're the highest thing on top of a ridgeline. The poor chap didn't think with the stuff between his ears there, and he got nailed, and unfortunately that was that for him. Interestingly, the other 2 at the bottom of the valley, and they got struck by lightning. So a giraffe's a big animal, over a ton, so that's a lot of meat on there. And it was very interesting to see what happened after that. Once the storm had kind of passed and everybody started to move around again, vultures, they spotted these dead giraffe. That alerted the hyenas to the fact that they were there. And that in turn, over time, the lions figured out that was there. I even saw leopard that was there. I saw jackal that was there. But everybody came in turns. No, it's not like everybody was there at the same time. Nobody would eat these carcasses. No one would even touch these carcasses. And they were like black. They were almost like charred. Not quite charred, but they were black. They'd been, cooked almost. And all of these animals, hyenas and lions and everything, could obviously figure out that somehow that these things had been struck by lightning, and they would just not eat them. They wouldn't touch them. A whole giraffe lying there. It was incredible to see. And obviously with that there was the massive build-up of maggots and things like that, and they were having an absolute ball. Got to the point of where it looked like these giraffes were kind of alive. There'd just be maggots crawling around the mouth and the eyes and everything, but your hyenas and lions still wouldn't touch it. It was only after about 2 weeks that they decided It's safe to now eat. So I mean, that was really incredible. I do enjoy a good storm though, you know, when I'm in a safe position, watching the lightning and the thunder. There was another, talking about storms and lightning and things, there was another big storm in the Kruger area, in the Sabi Sands area. Worked in one of those reserves there, and we were having an afternoon drink on the northern side of the river, and one of these big storms hit. But that is a story for another day. For the moment, we're going to take you across to Andrew to say good morning.
Game Reserve. We're out in the Eastern Cape Province. Hope you're all doing fantastically well and excited. I know we are. We are in Carnarvondale, and we're going to be searching for Phumelela female cheetah. Hopefully we do see her. Morning, my name is Andrew. I have Mr. Morgan behind the camera, and as I say, we are looking for Phumelela female cheetah and her young ones. So hopefully we do come right with that. In the meantime, we're going to watch this female giraffe busy walking off here. Okay, and here is one of her young ones, or her young one. They only have really one at a time, but they can have twins if they're lucky. It does happen from time to time. I think Amakhala has had twins recorded before, and in several other game reserves where I have worked, there have also been recordings of twins. I haven't seen twins in my career yet. I would like to. I really would. Just stopping and looking at us now. They are very curious animals. That's something you will notice about giraffe. Incredibly curious. There's still a little bit of the umbilical cord that's still attached there, so this is quite a young calf. If I had to age this one, I would say probably about 3 weeks old, maybe around about there. And still got a lot of its life yet to come, so still very young and plenty of time to be a giraffe in the nature, which is quite nice. Thanks, Esther. It is a tall start. It just disappeared behind the bush now, but it is a tall start here for Amakhala. I can't remember when last I did show you giraffe. It's quite nice just to be able to do it now and spend a little bit of time with them. It's always special to see giraffe. Very iconic animal of Africa. I think Africa would be a very different place if giraffes were no more. Definitely one of the iconic animals of the bushveld. Should we go forward there, Morgan? Oh, you still got this there. Okay. Okay, we can just see the head of the adult female there. Let me just go a little bit forward for you. Yeah, stop here. Let me just go a little bit back. They're good. Forward, yeah. Good morning, Brenda. Giraffe's tongue is quite long actually. Different books do describe them to be different lengths, but will average out between 30 centimeters and 45 centimeters long. It's a bluish tongue. It is so long that they are able to actually scratch their eyeball with their tongue. I don't really see it too often. I've seen it a couple of times. It's quite comical to watch. Imagine us as humans if we could do that. I think that would be quite funny. Licking our own eyeballs. Now I mentioned their tongue is blue in color, and I'll go through it again. I know I have gone through this, but we'll go through it again. So yeah, giraffe, they do spend quite a bit of time feeding. They eat a lot of the leaf material on the trees, and so if they're feeding up to 16 hours a day with some giraffe, it means that their tongue spends quite a bit of time outside their body. Now tongue is quite a sensitive thing because it can get sunburned very easily. It doesn't because most of the time it's inside the mouth, but having a nice blue tongue like they do, it's said that it is a good way of preventing sunburn on their tongue. Gavin, if I get that correctly, do giraffes separate after breeding? They do. The male does not play a parenting role, unfortunately. It's going to be the mother. She's going to parent the young, going to guide it through the bush, protect it, look after it. The male, he's only there to breed. He's there to mate. So he's constantly looking for new opportunities. And so he's going to walk through the bush, he's going to find some females or a female, and then mate with her. Once that is done, he's going to try and move on to a different female, and this is going to go on throughout the year. There's no specific breeding time for giraffe. They can even give birth and raise their calf in the winter months. And the gestation period is very, very long. It's about 15 months, so it's not a short period. So you can just imagine for the adult female or the mom is going to be very dedicated to her calf, and she's going to try and protect her calf as best she can. Now she is limited. If lions are going to make a move on a giraffe calf, then the mother is going to be limited in being able to protect the calf. But now if a cheetah had to try and do something to this giraffe, this young giraffe, or even a leopard or a hyena, you might find that, and you probably would find that the female is going to get quite aggressive towards that predator, try and kick it, try and flush it away. Now giraffes do have incredibly powerful kicks, and their hooves are quite sharp. And so if they kick something in the right place with enough force, it can actually cause some lacerations on the body. And they can kick forward and backwards. Pamela, that's a nice question. Thank you for that. So the vertebrae within the giraffe's neck is exactly the same as you, Pamela, and me, and Morgan, and all the other people on this earth. There's 7 vertebrae on that neck. Between the vertebrae are the discs, and I've managed to see some discs before with some of the giraffe carcasses, and it's a huge disc. It's almost the size, I would say, just a little bit smaller than a CD, a compact disc. You'd find if they had to have more vertebrae, imagine they had to have maybe 3 more vertebrae, then there's a problem. Their neck is going to be far too flexible, and that's not going to be very good for them. So 7 vertebrae is enough to support that nice big heavy skull. If you look at some of the adult bull giraffes, their vertebrae are, one vertebrae is almost the size of your entire skull.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So these sweet thorns actually don't get too tall. And we would expect giraffes to be feeding on sort of the tall trees and so on. But now the sweet thorns, they are a lot lower than some of the other vachellias that do occur in Africa or southern Africa. And giraffes, they adapt. They've got no issue bending down and then, you know, reaching these small shrubs. So they're not, they don't need to be around big trees always. I mean, giraffe will utilize the small bushes too. And it's an interesting thing that this plant is going to need to try and protect itself as best it can, and its main defense is in the form of chemicals. It's a chemical defense. It's called tannin. And in case you're wondering what tannin is, I can almost guarantee that you have had some tannin in your life before. And tea has got tannin, and wine has got high amounts of tannin. And it's a chemical, and its job is to make the leaves bitter and distasteful. Okay, I believe Steve has found some giants that he wants to show you, so let's head along that way.
Hi everybody, well, welcome to the north and welcome to the shade of another shepherd's tree. We had a family of elephants all shading under this tree, and now they've moved off slightly and left this young bull here to smell what's been left behind. There's dung and sticks. That stick looks delicious. Yummy. Almost like a toothpick. Is he really going to eat it? Looks like he is. No, he's going to grab it now with his trunk. No, might drop it on the floor. So we moved on from our lionesses. See if we can find some other content. And well, elephants, how special. Excuse me. Alexandra, that's a great question, and apparently someone has worked it out. There's around about 100,000 muscles in elephant's trunk. Now that must have been quite an operation to figure that out. There's the muscles that turn the trunk left, turn the trunk right, curl the trunk up, curl the trunk forwards, and also muscles around each of the nostril chambers all the way up to the nasal area. You can imagine like rings in your straw. If you take a straw and you put rings, how did you make a straw out of rings? Think about that. That's how that trunk would probably be. All the way from the top to the bottom would be ring of muscles which enable the elephant to suck up water and then hold it there just at the level of it not going into the nose, because as I'm sure you all know, getting water in the nostrils is very uncomfortable. It burns actually. An elephant's able to pull it up to a point where it stops, hold it there, lean back, and then squirt it out again, all using muscle contractions. That's why it takes an elephant 2 years to really start figuring out how to use the trunk. When we see the babies, they've got the muscles, as with a baby that's a human baby sitting there, they don't really have the muscles for walking, although the muscles are there. They haven't developed them yet, or the ability to coordinate them yet. A baby elephant's trunk just flops around like a loose rag. Looks like a Morocco flycatcher just here on the termite mound. Can you see him, Rian? Just on the bottom right. There we go. Let's see if we can get him. He's enjoying the elephant dung. Looks like a Morocco flycatcher. And we happen to be in the Great Morocco area, am I not mistaken? Great Morocco River, or Groot Morocco. Very nice. That's not a bird I've managed to get on camera before, and I believe it is a Morocco flycatcher. You can disagree with me. My binoculars, unfortunately, have seen better days. All this bumping around Hopping around with tail upright like that isn't a very flycatcher sort of behavior, but then you don't often see flycatchers. I don't often see flycatchers sitting on the floor. So if any of you are there and you are birders and you are going to help me, let's double check if this is indeed a Morocco flycatcher. Very white underparts and strong contrast between the brown upper parts. Seems very good to me. Let's just see about their general habits. On ground, holds the tail up and body perkily up. Okay, so that is indeed the Morocco flycatcher. If you ever are a little bit unsure, it's such a great element to go into your bird book. And have a, well, we're getting in my ear that it is indeed a Morocco flycatcher. Indeed, can you tell me who has maybe given you some insight there? Just it'd be nice to acknowledge the person who's come forward as well. So in my bird app, there's an element or an area called general habits, which is a great way to differentiate certain bird species. D, you've identified it. Are you a birding expert? There we go. He's landed again on the stick just next to the elephant. That's typical flycatcher behavior, sitting in a tree like this. That's what you see flycatchers doing. I haven't seen many running around on the floor with their tails erect like a scrub robin, but I haven't spent much time with the Morocco flycatcher. So, hello. That is the temporal gland of the elephant that the bird is now sitting in. What a great shot. What a great shot. So many of you know I love to bird while we are big fiving, especially with cats. But I haven't done a lot of birding in my life with elephants. But here we go. And then another element in the bird app is also foraging and food. They scan from a perch, normally about 2 meters above the ground. Favors the lowest, outermost, barest part of a bush or small tree. 79% of its forays are pouncing to the ground, perch from the ground outside the perch of the canopy and hopping towards prey if necessary. So reading those elements can really help you when it comes to differentiating between specific birds, because there will be certain elements to their behavior, their movement, eating, their tail is lazy, erect, the tail bobs up and down. Those are elements that you won't get from a photograph. So always nice to have a look. Terrestrial prey generally eaten on the ground. Splendid Morocco flycatcher. We do find them in the Kruger. Enjoying acacia savanna, but also found in mixed woodland and Mopani. Boskia foetida, the stinky shepherd's tree, forms such a wonderful landscape feature here in Madikwe. What is going on here? We have an elephant lying down. Do I need to move? Oh, I'm so glad to hear that MC is having arguments now about birds, and Dee is telling me in my ear that I've influenced them with the birding. Well, that's good, Dee. Now, we haven't been able to do as much birding up here as we would like, but we have got some really cool birds so far. What is that elephant doing? Are you on the floor? Yeah. Oh, trying to get up. Such a mission on this Tuesday morning. Now that is definitely a boy. Excuse me, I've got something in my throat. Those are definitely both boys. You can just see the way they're behaving. Oh my word, Dee, I don't know what you just did there in my ear, but that was very uncomfortable. Gee whiz. I need a moment. You are, please, Dee. Goodness gracious. I'm turning my volume all the way down, because if that happens again, I'm not going to be able to hear for the rest of the day. Okay, so our elephants are feeding. They might head over towards Kolobeng Dam. That's where we're headed. Final jaunt. Okay, well, we're going to move on to Kolobeng Dam, see what we find that side, and let's send you on down to the Eastern Cape with Nick in Kariga.
Okay, from gentle giants to some other gentle creatures that are not as tall but just as peaceful. So I've been keeping an eye out on all of the surrounding vegetation here, just having a look to see if I can spot any of our raptors sitting down. Remember, with this wind that we've got, it's pretty hard to navigate through these winds, especially our smaller little raptors like Amur falcons and things that we've got. And I've been trying to see if I can potentially try and find some to get a nice close-up view for all of you, but they're playing hard to get today. Playing hide and seek. Well, I'm going to keep searching for them, and in the meantime we're going to take you across to Trishala.
Hello, hello. We are back. Something's actually happening here at Okokoyo. We've got some springbok in the background. And so these birds are in the front here. I've actually been having a look at them. These are not birds that I've seen before, but I'm pretty sure that they're abdom storks. Either that or they're black storks. So what I'm looking for is... obviously, you can see they're black. You can see they have a stork-like body and they have a white underside. But black storks usually aren't in flocks. You usually see them in pairs or maybe in small groups. But this is quite a significant flock. And we saw them kind of fly in all together. So there might be abdom storks. Either way, it's a pretty cool find. And here we have some springbok that are just chilling in the background as well. Everyone enjoying the water hole. Look at the springbok walking into them. I love watching animals interact, especially, animals that won't ordinarily interact, but they just simply do because they're in the same space. Kind of makes me think that they're going to be friends. Of course, they're not. But it always gives a good way to observe behavior. It's a little bit funny. Anyway, if you've just joined us, you are looking at the Okokoyo camp in Namibia, in Etosha. And I am Trishala. Well, my voice is. And we also have Nick in Karika, Andrew in Amakala, and Steve in Madikwe. We're all facilitating your escape into nature. And so far, we've seen lions with Steve, there've been elephants with Steve. He's been having some great sightings. There in Karika with Nick, we've had a whole variety of antelope, some nice blesbok, and some zebra as well. And in Amakala, we were looking at giraffes. There's so many beautiful giraffes in Amakala. And here, you've come in at the right time if you've just joined us, because we finally have some movement here at Okokoyo. And also remember to send through your questions and your comments. And if you have nothing to say, that's fine too, because this is your time to escape into nature with us. I'm pretty excited though by these storks in front and the springbok. So we were chatting about water dependence and independence, and I said that a springbok are water independent, so they don't actually need to drink very often, sometimes not at all. But if water is available, they will hang out near water holes, but not only because they want to drink water. If it's available, of course they will drink, but also because a lot of the vegetation that grows near water holes are nice and nutritious. And the reason that they can be water independent is because they're eating lots of moisture-rich vegetation, and so grass that's near the water is going to be more moisture-rich. And generally speaking, trees and shrubs will hold more moisture than grass does. So if they're going to be eating lots of grass, they would prefer for it to be near a water hole. I'm just going to pop us out a little bit so we can get a better idea. Of what's going on. Feels like suddenly the waterhole has become quite busy, which I love. Now, I've been trying to have a closer look at the birds, but unfortunately you can't really get a clear picture when you get in too close. So we have to look for other things like their flocking behavior. Are they arriving together? Are they leaving together? Are they actually just a couple of pairs together? Things like that. And that will help us to differentiate between the black stork and the Abdom stork. So the Abdom stork will flock. Black storks not so much. And they look very similar, but black storks have red facial skin and red legs. Abdom stork, sometimes they can have reddy legs, particularly reddy feet and red kind of bits on their legs, but it's paler than a black stork's legs, and then the facial skin is quite dull. Look at them moving through like this. Isn't this fantastic? I love watching a large flock of birds just descend on a waterhole. I was so lucky to see marabou storks do that in Djuma at Twin Dams. And they're just like, you just see them overhead coming through in this whirlwind and then just descend towards the dam. It's so dramatic. Just trying to get us out a little bit more, see if there's anything drinking on this side, which is a little closer to the actual camera. Nothing so far. Hi, Rob. You'd like to know what bird has the loudest alarm call? So, in Africa, I don't know if you could call it an alarm call, because actually birds don't usually have specific alarm calls. It's more, or rather not alarm calls specific for a predator. Obviously, cisticolas, things like that, we're used to hearing the pishing or the zitting that would indicate that possibly there's a predator around, but that's simply a call that's produced when they are alarmed, as opposed to specific to a predator. For example, with a kudu, there's a specific alarm call to indicate that there is a predator. It's not the same call a kudu would do if it were alarmed. If it were alarmed, it would just kind of move away. So with birds, and especially in Africa, for me, the bird that probably makes the loudest sound, but I'm not sure in Africa, it would be a hadida. They are loud, really loud. And they like to call very early in the morning. I maybe that's the only time of the day when it really irritates me. But otherwise, they call pretty much any time. But in the morning, it seems particularly loud. But I think it is the white bellbird that has the record for the loudest call. But they are South American. Oh, look at them flying in like this. There's some Egyptian geese. And possibly knobbled coot there, I'm not sure. We'll have a closer look. It's just really hard to zoom in too much. It's just not very pretty. But I definitely see a Egyptian goose there. Let's see if we can get a little bit closer to the springbok. They actually blend in so well with their environment because the springbok's body is a combination of this brown fawny type color, some darker bits, that dark line that separates the paler underside from the tawny back, and it fits in very well with this kind of landscape where there's patches of pale color, patches of darker greens, lighter greens, yellowy greens, orangey, reddy soil, white sand. So they fit in, or they blend in really well, but I think I will be able to get as one. Okay, there's a promising springbok. Oh, there we go. There we go, having there we go. There's one quite close to us that's eating there. And you can tell by the horns, there's iconic horns, the stripe on their flanks, dark brown stripe, and then also the stripes kind of coming from the eye section down their face. Those are all typical characteristics to look for if you're unsure how to identify a springbok. Hi, Janet. You'd like to know if springboks have an extra layer of skin. No, they don't. So mammals have pretty much the same layers of skin. The only difference that is possible between those layers is the thickness of it. So for springboks, they don't have, at least as far as I know, don't have any special adaptations regarding the thickness of their skin. But I could be wrong. It's just not something I've ever come across. But they certainly don't have an extra layer of skin. Something that is quite variable with mammals is their fur. So not only the density of the fur or the thickness of the fur, but also what type of fur they have. So there could be 3 different types. It could be, and fur is essentially hairs, right? So there's like the soft, downy hair that's very close to the skin. Then there's a hair that's kind of in between, that's a little bit stiff, but towards the skin it's a little bit downy. And then there's a guard hair, which is the stiff hair it's the hair we see when we think of the fur of an animal, the one that holds color. That's their guard hairs. So in terms of fur thickness, density, and even if they have all those layers of fur, varies quite a bit. Some animals will, as adult mammals that is, will not have down hairs at all. But all of them will have some form of guard hair. Where's this one gone? There we go. It's moving too fast for my terrible camera moving skills. All right, let's pull out again. There we go. Another one's coming towards us. So these animals are mostly, or springboks are mostly active at dawn and dusk, and that's really important for their to aid their water independence. I love how it keeps coming back to that. And again, we're talking about an area, Namibia, where there is a lot of it is desert and there's not a lot of rainfall, relatively. And so a lot of the animals that we're going to be seeing at Okokoyo are going to have adaptations to help them with this. And sometimes they could be physiological adaptations, other times they're behavioral. And one of the things that springboks do that help them to get the most moisture out of what they're eating is to feed at dusk and dawn, because that's when you get condensation on vegetation. So they can optimize, or maximize rather, the amount of water that they're going to be consuming just by eating. Because as the day heats up and the sun comes out, then the moisture starts to evaporate off leaves and off the ground, and they're not going to collect as much moisture from feeding. And for them, it's really important that they do, because it's not often that they're going to have water around them. So they have to make the best of it. Hi, Catherine. That is a really good question. You'd like to know, why do most antelope have black or brown eyes? I don't know the reason for that. But I remember reading about human eyes and having a dark iris compared to, say, a light one. And so, okay, so for example, I have very dark brown eyes. And so this is not proved, it's just a theory. And there was a whole lot of discussion and research gone into it about why we would have had or differentiated our eye color. And the darker eye means that there's the presence of more melanin in it. And we know that melanin helps us to basically scatter UV radiation better. So we were with Andrew earlier, and he was talking about the dark tongue of the giraffe, and he said that it is kind of protects the tongue from the sun, and he's absolutely right, because the tongue has a whole lot of melanin in it, and melanin creates a dark color, and we know that darker colors absorb more light and reflect less light. And by absorbing it, they absorb it. So melanin absorbs and scatters UV radiation, which means that it doesn't get to penetrate into the dermis as much. So similarly, melanin in eyes could help to diffuse UV radiation. So things will not look as bright in a very subtle way, like sunglasses a little bit. Now, like I said, these are just things, just theories as to why we could have developed different eye colors. And I would think that on the plains of Africa, where the landscape is reflecting a lot of light, where it can be very, very bright, water is reflecting light, darker eyes could be beneficial in making sure that you're not kind of stunned by the light and blinded. Melanin is such an amazing molecule. Really, really an amazing molecule. It has incredible structural integrity. So when something is darker and there's melanin in it, it also fortifies the structure of that material. So a lot of birds' feathers have nothing else but melanin. For example, the glossy starlings, so like the Cape glossy starling, Burchell starling, etc., the darker starlings. I'm not talking about, like a violet-backed starling in the violet-backed bit, but not in the front where it's white. But those iridescent, glossy starlings, the only pigment that they have in their feathers is melanin, which also makes sure that the feathers are quite solid. And that's important for a bird because you wouldn't want feathers that are fraying. And apart from the structural integrity of the molecule, it also scatters UV radiation. It's such an incredible molecule that material scientists have actually tried to mimic the molecule so that they could create materials with a little bit more structural integrity. I love a bit of biomimicry. How about we move over to the other side a little bit and see if anything's on that end. Feels like the flock of these storks have gotten even bigger now. Ah, there we go. One springbok's looking right at us. Let's have a closer look. Janet, coming back to what you were asking about the color of the eyes, we also see it quite a bit in not only color of the eyes, but also the color of the fur on the face of many animals. So, like the teardrops or the tear streak mark on a cheetah that helps again to absorb light so that it's not scattering up into their eyes and blinding them, because at their speed, anything that causes them to be distracted when they're running at that speed could actually prove fatal. So melanin or lack thereof acts quite a bit on the coloration of an animal's face. Again, with lions, they have white patches under their eyes to reflect light away from the eyes. It's amazing what color and pigment can do. Animals at a waterhole are just they're so predictable. Drink, eat, scratch. That's usually what they do at a waterhole. That's also where a lot of action can happen, though, because so many animals congregate in this area. It was quite a significant herd, I think, that we saw of the springbok. Like I said, it's difficult to actually tell how many they are all around, but I think that they're quite a few. Oh, amazing! Off the stalks go, and they're back again. Oh, I love that so much. I get very excited when I see them do that. They move in such unison. It always reminds me of how self-aware animals are of their bodies, whether it's fish moving in a school or birds in a flock. They're so self-aware of their size and their space that they're able to move so closely together and at such speeds. So what I was saying before they did their marvelous movement is that springboks exist in very loose mixed herds. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a whole lot around. Let's move out again a little bit. It's hard to tell what's coming on the horizon, even though we can see for quite a bit. But because of the color of the landscape and the animals in it, it can be a little bit difficult to tell. Hi Heather, you'd like to know which animals have the most melanin? I guess that depends. Obviously, animals that are melanistic, so like a black leopard, basically any version of any melanistic version of an animal is going to have a whole lot of melanin. But we also need to remember that melanin is not always black or dark. There's pheomelanin, which is the melanin that creates like oranges and reds. And then there's the eumelanin, which is the brown-black version of melanin. So I wouldn't know which animal has the most melanin, but the darker an animal is, the more melanin it's going to have. I can't remember what bird it was. It was some kind of bird of paradise, but I'm not sure which it was. But it had the blackest. The pigment in its feathers was the blackest black naturally occurring in animals. And creating the blackest black is important. I mean, particularly it's a bird of paradise. I just can't remember which one. You know which one? You'll know it if I describe it. It's super black and it's got like a cyan bluey strip, and it does quite an elaborate mating dance or courtship dance. And it's really important for that particular animal to have very dark, like the blackest of the natural occurring blacks, in its feathers, because its courtship has evolved using contrast as part of the display. So that's another important thing to consider when we think about the darkest of the dark, or the whitest of the white, or whatever kind of color or pigment, is that would it be useful to the animal, and why is it useful to the animal? So a lot of the time, heavily patterned animals, which are essentially birds, they host the most colors of animals, especially visible to us. And that's because they've evolved so much with sexual selection and color being an important part of it. Anyway, let me send you back over to Nick in Kariga. And yeah, I'm going to move around here.
Alright, we're still here on the clearings of Scotia Dam. Our wind is still pumping, our animals are still taking comfort and consolation from each other. You can see these two zebras on the left hand side to side here. The one is flicking his tail in the face of the other one. I feel like it's potentially the wind that's kind of exaggerating that movement. But I feel like the tip of that one's tail just on the left hand side is really causing havoc there. So this is quite a good example here. We were talking earlier about that shadow stripe on the zebras. This zebra on the right hand side, if you have a look at its rump, you can see quite clearly that sort of shadow stripe, that dirty sort of smudge. Pretty solid example. Must be a good sort of 15-20 zebra or so in this little concentration of them here. A concentration of animals. I feel like, you know, like you get the collective nouns for a species. I feel like for all of these different animals together, the collective noun would be a concentration of animals. Olivia, it's more a sort of a time of bonding between these two zebras. You can see there's not really much body movement or anything going on. A lot of the communication, yes, will be physical in terms of body positioning and body language and things like that. But this is quite a common behavior amongst zebra, especially when they are looking to settle down and rest. You know, it's quite a safe position to be resting because they've kind of got 360 degrees around them covered in terms of looking for potential threats. And also, you know, I think they draw a bit of comfort from that close body contact. And like we said, they're definitely bonding while that happens. You can see the tail of that zebra on the left is going absolutely ballistic. And the one on the right. So I guess they kind of help to chase flies from the face as well in the process of doing that. I feel like in these conditions that are very windy, the flies are definitely going to be having a tougher time moving from A to B. But you can imagine if there's a fly or five that is consistently buzzing around their head, it is quite nice to have another zebra to flick its tail and just chase it out of your eyes or your nostril for you. So this is more a time of bonding that's happening here. You can see how that female was stamping her foot a little bit there. That'll be to chase flies away as well. So I heard of buffalo. We haven't seen them for a few days now. I have tried to investigate a few of the different mud wallows and water, but I can't seem to potentially find where they have gone. In terms of finding tracks, remember we did have a little bit of rain last night. So if the buffaloes had been moving around yesterday, those tracks will more than likely have now been kind of washed away a little bit with that rain. Like I said, it wasn't a very hard rain, but it was just quite a steady, consistent type of drizzle that's actually going to be quite effective at making it a lot harder to find any sets of tracks. But I mean, in terms of the those male lions that we saw yesterday, if they had to go on a territorial patrol after the rain, you'd be able to see their tracks beautifully. Remember, they've got those big broad paws. That'd be quite a nice example. And it is very possible that after the rain they have gone off on a patrol. I know some of the other guides and rangers here were having a big tracking session looking for them this morning. Unfortunately, they were not successful. Very interesting to look at the difference between these two zebras' manes here. Our mom's mane is a bit firmer and the youngster's mane is flapping.
In a world full of upheaval, we all need a quiet and safe place. A place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just Nature, coming to you from February 1st.
See some of those giraffe having a little necking session there. So I'd imagine that would more than likely be two of the younger males. It doesn't look like it's anything too serious for the moment. The rhythmic movement of them swaying their necks there. Of all places, they've chosen to neck closer to the edge of Scotia Dam there. So remember, some of those grasses might potentially be a little bit wet, so they'll have to be sure of their footing there. But lovely to watch though. While they go about their daily business, we're going to take you across to Steve and see what he's got.
Well, welcome back, and we've left our elephants from before and arrived at our lovely dam in the north to find a few more elephants. sun is trying to push out and it's getting warm. Water points are a wonderful place to check. And here is one bull who's going to greet another bull. Let's see how this interaction plays out. He's lifting his head on the left, standing a bit taller. The other guy stopped. You'll see the more dominant of the two will be straight and the less dominant will turn his shoulder. Oh, that's interesting. I would have thought the other one was bigger. And the one on the left must possibly be in must. Let's have a look. My binoculars are poked. I can't see. I don't know if you notice his legs, but his behavior was definitely a little bit more in your face. But the right bull looks a bit bigger. They clearly know each other though. They're both massive. And when he comes out into the open, the one on the left, he's doing a bit of a head swagger, which makes me feel like he might be in must. Must is the wild card, everybody, where small elephants or less dominant elephants can dominate bigger bulls if they're in must. It's one of the ways that they can keep the genetics flowing. If it's only the biggest and most dominant males that mate, you're going to have a limited amount of genetics in the population. So must allows a bit more of a mix. Can't really tell. Hello Jerome, welcome. You're just joining us. Nothing better than starting your afternoon with elephants. Well, welcome to the show. Welcome to Kolobeng Dam. I don't see moisture in his back legs. No, he's not in must. He might be coming in because his temporal glands are secreting, but there's nothing. He might just be the hukamuri of the elephant world, meaning he's a bit of a fighter. Bit of a reputation amongst his colleagues, his friends. The gentle giants. Rose Canyon, it's hard for me to explain what the actual smell is. It's a very sour. Ariane, you're new to the smell of must. What would you say it smells like to you?
Not like anything else.
It's an oily smell. It hits you right in the back of the throat, and it's pungent. So I don't know. It doesn't. I can't actually compare it to anything. I know there's a number of other people, naturalists on the show, and I wonder if we can ask them what they think must smells like to them. There's like a sourness to it, but hits you right in the back of the throat, and it's very noticeable. It's a very noticeable smell. It lingers in the air. And Jamie Patterson, ex-naturalist at Wild Earth, and I were actually really thinking about coming up with a scratch and sniff book for the viewers at home to get the smell of all these things we talk about and put it in a book that you can scratch and sniff and then go, that's what elephant musk smells like. Unfortunately, a lot of the smells out here that we talk about aren't really that pleasant. So I don't know what kind of a hit the book would be. Trish likes the smell. I like it as well. It's a pungent smell, but not a smell that turns my face away. I'm like, ooh. It hits me in the nose, and I do quite enjoy it. Not saying that it's something I want to lavish in or lie in, but it's definitely, there's something about it that is intriguing. And the longer an elephant bull is in must, the stronger that smell gets. It just gets more and more rank. I'm not selling it very well. Rian's laughing. Excuse me. I'm having a proper sneezing fit today. Proper sneezing fit. But I can tell you one thing, it smells nothing like a honey badger. Honey badger has got an oily secretion that they let off that just sticks to the air, sticks to your clothes, sticks to the back of your nostrils. And it's very unpleasant. Wild Earth Expedition that was with me in June or July last year, we managed to come across a lioness that was going for a honey badger. And when we hit that wall of honey badger smell, goodness gracious, it was something to behold. Something to behold. It makes you turn. It makes you... The lioness who went for that honey badger actually turned and had this disgusting look on her face. And we all had the same thing. We hit this wall of smell and was like, ugh! And it's quite a deterrent. But I think the elephant smell is not a deterrent. It's advertising to other bulls the dominance, and to females as well the dominance. So before he's even seen, there's this waft that comes with him. And, well, the waftier, the better, I suppose. We do entertain ourselves out here with our own jokes. You know, Trish and myself used to drop lots of dad's jokes on the show. I wonder if she still has a few dad's jokes lined up her sleeve. I never prepare any. My dad's jokes always just sort of come to me. At one point, Emma Openshaw, who was directing for us at the time, she's now studying over in the UK, she would actually strap our dad's jokes. Dad joke number 1 for the day. And I was limited to 2. Dad joke number 2. And then we couldn't use another one, even though we really, really sometimes wanted to. I have a feeling Trish is just giggling in the background there. If you're possibly hearing Trishala's voice for the first time today, everybody, Trishala was a naturalist with us at Djuma for quite some time. And she's a very, very funny and light-hearted young lady. Very quick with her comments and her humor. You have been missed, Trish. Lovely to hear you on the other end. We'll see the interaction between these two. Already there's a shift. The gentleman on the right, he's already like, look at the one on the left, his head is up. There's interaction happening. You can see the body language. He's just like, I am here just to cause trouble. He's definitely coming into must. The bull on the left. You see the submissive behavior portrayed by the gentleman on the right, who's also a big elephant. But it's like that classic human trait of raising your hands up to say, I don't want to fight. If elephants want to challenge each other, they'll stand head to head and make themselves big. And then they'll go. Then elephants will have a go at each other. But once they've gotten past the submissive behavior, it's not uncommon for them to play a bit, to touch and feel and to do things like that. But if they see each other from a distance and they both stand up tall and move towards each other, that is when elephant combat can take place. It's not something I've seen much of. I see more of this submissive behavior. And now they're having a chat. The one at the back, his trunk is all twisting up, definitely coming into must. Wonder what they're talking about. Catching up on juicy vegetation that was eaten, favorite watering holes visited, perhaps a moment with a breeding herd of interest. Okay, we're going to stay here with our elephants and see what they get up to. In the meantime, back on down to Amakhala.
Alright, so we have been looking for Phumelela for quite some time now, just we're not really winning the battle there. I think what's happening is it is still quite warm at the moment, and she's probably laying flat under a bush or something, and it's making it a little bit tricky for us to spot her. But that's okay, we're going to settle down and watch some of these giraffes that we've managed to find here. And there's quite a few calves in this group, which is quite nice. And while we've been driving around, we've actually seen quite a few of the adult giraffes with some calves. So it does seem that the giraffes are very successful out here in this far northern part. And definitely breeding, which is quite nice. So the population is expanding out here in Carnarvondale. We actually saw one giraffe with quite a long piece of umbilical cord, about 30 centimeters long, a bit more maybe, sort of going halfway down its leg. There was a brand spanking new calf that we saw. yeah, the temperature is picking up quite a bit at the moment. Okay, so I mentioned now that it is warming up quite a bit now. I think it's roughly about 28 or even 30 degrees Celsius now. But hello again, if you just joined us, my name is Andrew and I still have Mr. Morgan behind the camera. And out we have Steve as well, out in Madikwe, Nick, who is out at Kericha Game Reserve, and then Trishala, who's out on the dam cameras, which is quite nice. So far, it's been quite a good day. We have driven quite a bit of distance. We've seen some giraffes. Morgan, what else have we seen? It's mainly giraffe, eh? Yeah. Yeah, it's only been giraffe. So yeah, we're gonna probably head towards the main reserve and see what's happening there. But don't forget, if you have any questions at any point, please do feel free to make contact with us. Always welcome. We would like to hear any of your questions, comments, suggestions, etc. That would be much appreciated. And so far we have received some really good questions, so definitely just keep them coming. This is how we get to know all of you, slowly but surely. Your questions and comments, this is definitely how we get to know you. Okay. So Morgan is going to show you those two young calves that are just lying down next to one another. They do look very relaxed, don't they? And the adults are quite strong, so they freely move around, and they're going to feed on the bushes and do quite a few things. But now these young calves, they're still quite young. They're going to get tired much more quicker than what the adults are gonna. So often enough you'll see that they'll just sit down, take a little bit of a siesta. Then when it starts to cool down and they start moving around again,
Tank wants to know, how rare is it that a giraffe can be born deformed?
Tank, interesting question. Thank you for that. I've never seen a deformed calf. I don't think I've ever seen a deformed animal out in the nature, to be honest with you. What I have seen is when giraffe give birth, sometimes on the way down, because it's about a 2-meter drop. On the way down, it might injure itself and break a leg if its bones are a little bit weak. I have seen a giraffe calf that was limping very badly, and from birth it broke its ankle, if it's the correct word, and sadly it didn't survive. And if there was any animals to be born deformed out in the nature, they aren't going to last very long. Predators are going to see that. They're going to definitely utilize that, eliminate it. But it's an interesting question. I'm sure it has happened before somewhere out there. Be interesting to know if Steve or if Nick has ever seen some form of deformed animal. I've always found it interesting how in nature there are always mechanisms in place to make sure that the weaker genetics are eliminated, and there's so many different mechanisms in place for that, such as ticks and predators, parasites on a large scale, and then diseases and things like that, sickness. When it comes to the animals in the nature, Mother Nature is only interested in strong genetics. And predators, they are definitely going to see animals that are weak, injured, old, and they're going to utilize those animals. As soon as an animal is injured and is limping, not able to run very fast, oh man, it doesn't take very long until the predator gets there. Morgan, does that giraffe have a bone in the mouth out there?
You have to be more specific than that giraffe.
Almost on the far right side. See it lifting her head there?
The furthest adult.
Yes, the furthest adult to the right. Okay, you see that, eh? She's got something in the mouth there. She's busy playing with it in the mouth, so more than likely a bone. And it does have a scientific term. It's called osteophagia. So osteo is the bone, and then phagia is to consume or utilize. And, you know, giraffes do have very big limbs, big bones. They need to form ossicones, which are almost like the horn structures on top of their head. For them to do that and keep their bones nice and strong, they're going to need to practice osteophagia. Some areas they might do it more frequently than others, but out here in Namakala, we notice that they do it quite a bit. By doing that, this osteophagia, they leach calcium out of the bone that they have in the mouth. And that slowly deposits into the body and goes to the necessary places, mainly the ossicones or ossihorns on top of the head, especially with bulls. Now I've noticed that the bull giraffes do quite a bit more osteophagia than that of the cows, especially out here in Amakala. I'm sure throughout, you know, other game reserves, I'm sure it's probably the same. But once a bull giraffe's ossicones are filled at its maximum capacity, so the ossicones are nice and well formed, what they'll do is continue to do osteophagia in order to allow that calcium to deposit on their skull. So when bull giraffes go in for fights, that the more deposits of calcium they have on their skull, invariably it means the harder the blow is going to be if they get into a fight, because the skull is going to become heavy and dense. When they're fighting other bull giraffes, it can get quite serious, and in the right place, if they get connected, another giraffe can actually really kill another giraffe or badly injure it. I've seen a giraffe being knocked out right unconscious before, and I know at Kariga, where Nick is, they've also observed that while some of the guests were on a bushwalk watching giraffes having a fight. The one giraffe managed to get its head under the front legs of its opponent and turned it over, and this poor giraffe fell down and its head hit the ground. And that caused the animal to be knocked out for a period of time and clearly lost that fight. Interestingly enough, a lot of the general animals, they are going to like to hang around giraffe. I mean, you can see that giraffe are very, very tall animals with a very good eyesight. And they're extremely aware of their environment, and if there are predators out there walking around, giraffe are likely to see them from a very far distance away. So animals like blesbuck and wildebeest and zebra, etc., they like to, just semi-coexist with giraffe, and they try and seek protection from giraffe, because giraffe are going to spot those predators. If a giraffe starts running, you'll notice that the general animals will pay attention to giraffe running. Why are they running? What have they seen? Very peaceful at the moment. It's completely still at the moment. There was a breeze blowing around about earlier on, but it seems to have subsided for now, and it's just incredibly still. Most of the birds are not calling at the moment. I think some of them are starting to get hot, and they're in their little hiding places. It's quite strange when you stop and listen and you don't hear one single bird calling. We did hear an African fish eagle about an hour ago. Haven't heard one here in Amakhala in a bit now. Angela, thanks for that question. No, adult giraffe can lay down, and they do lay down. Sometimes they do rest while standing, but if they down, much the same as how those young ones are lying down. But giraffes, they don't spend too much time resting. It's very interesting that out of all the animals you get in nature, giraffe is one of those animals that doesn't require all that much sleep. Different books do say different things, but giraffe, they might average up to an hour and a half at maximum in a 24-hour period resting, and that's it. But they don't do it all at once. Usually they'll stop for a portion of time, get up, move away, feed, drink water, whatever the case may be. Feeling a little bit tired again, they go rest for a period of time. And they do this in intervals, and in a full 24-hour period, on average, you're looking at an hour and a half, maybe a little bit more. Which is actually a clever adaptation, because they are very vulnerable when they are sitting down. Any animal is vulnerable, but more particularly with giraffe, because it takes them a little bit more time to get up. They've got very long limbs and quite a heavy body, and they've got to try and flex themselves back onto their hooves, which does take a bit of time. Okay, so it seems that breeze is back now. Just enough to cool us down. I see some clouds are starting to build up. I don't know what the next few days holds. I don't think there's going to be rain tomorrow, but I think shortly after we should expect some rains here in the Eastern Cape, which is much appreciated. We do need it. Hopefully not during the drives. Hopefully the drives will be quite dry and we can still head out. Karen Dawn, wow, that's quite a question you're asking me there. So I'm sure they do. I'm pretty sure they do. I know with kudu, I've seen this before. I saw a very weak kudu that was thin, not doing very well. And I saw that kudu eating on an aloe plant. And aloe, as we know, is a very medicinal plant. Can help with a lot of different things. And it's almost like this kudu knew that it needed a little bit of medicine and was eating on the aloe. But I think to a degree, yes, I think the animals, they must know. I think in the plants that they eat, I think there's quite a lot of what they need in that plant in terms of medicinal. I know with the sweet thorns that they feed on, and the sweet thorn does contain antibiotics in the tree sap, but they don't eat tree sap. They eat leaves. And who knows, maybe there is trace amounts of antibiotics in the leaves. And animals out here that might eat on that tree sap, which I have seen, is animals like baboons. They actually bite the sweet thorns and they eat that sap. And then bush babies, but we don't get bush babies out here, unfortunately. I haven't seen a bush baby in years now. Next time I'm out in the Lowveld area. Okay, so very good question. Thank you for that. Definitely room for some research to be done on that. Animals are going for medicinal plants. So what medicinal plants are they going for? Now, what I think is quite brilliant is I don't think it occurs here in Amakhala. I could be mistaken, but I know further up north there's a bird called a Timminxhosa. And when this bird wants to lay eggs, it looks for the pellets of giraffe. So when giraffes do go to the toilet and leave their dung on the ground, this little Timminxhosa will come along and lay its eggs amongst the giraffe pellets, just to help camouflage the egg. Can you believe that? That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. It's just amazing how things are always linked in their own way. Even, giraffe dung is linked to a Timminxhosa. We are still trying to understand some of these links. Now, if some of you have had some interesting sightings of giraffes that was quite memorable, do share with us. Let us know what you've seen. I'm trying to think what my most spectacular giraffe sighting was. I've got to give that a think. Yeah, I would have to probably say it was I did get at the end of the birthing process of a giraffe. Sadly, I never saw it come out. I got there about 2 minutes after, so I have seen that. And then I mentioned earlier, giraffe knocking another giraffe out. I've seen giraffe go for cheetah before, but not too serious. A cheetah ran off and didn't want to stick around in the area, so ran and hightailed away. But I believe the other day, Don, who some of you might remember, he had a sighting of the giraffe trying to chase Phumelela away. We were out in, I think we were with the Three Amigos when that took place. Something else that you can see out here with giraffe that is always very interesting to watch is when they drink. So for them to actually get their lips down to the water, they've got to spread their legs all the way out. Some of them do keep the legs sort of straight and stiff. Others might bend the limbs or crouch. But now when they're drinking water, a lot of people might think that that's not good because there's going to be so much blood flowing to the brain and essentially make the giraffe dizzy and sort of make it pass out. That doesn't happen. Now they do have pressure reducing valves which redirects that flow of blood. So when they do go down to drink, that their brain is not being overwhelmed with the blood. And as soon as they finish drinking water, you see them flick this head, spraying the water, and those pressure reducing valves go back into their original position. But they do have an incredible high pressure in their blood. I actually saw a video a few years ago of lions that took down a giraffe, and they cut an artery, and you actually should have seen a little bit of spray of that blood come out. And it shot at least 1 meter out the body. But apparently it can shoot up to 2 meters out the body, which is interesting. Alright, we are going to send you to Trish, who is on the Djuma Dam cam at the moment. Let's see what she's busy with.
Yo, that was a long silence.
It feels like we're having a look at a bit of home. Anyway, there's not too much happening on the dam cam at the moment. That's okay. That's kind of what we expect in the middle of the day. But Djuma is the type of place where at any time of day, you never know it. A leopard might just walk across the dam wall there. And I've always, there's this cam has been around for a long time, and we always get updates from zoomies and things that are using the cam that the Marib's walked past and this time or anything like that. So I hope that maybe I'll get to see one of our leopardy friends, or perhaps even some of the Djuma clan. But it seems that the cam is frozen for now, but that's okay. I still have high hopes that Djuma clan will come past and I'll be able to see them. But for now, let's go head over to Okokoyo. There we go. Oh, we've still got our storks as well as our springbok. Still having a good time. I must say the weather looks a little bit better in Okokoyo than it did at Djuma. It was quite overcast when we started here at Okokoyo, and it looks like it's warmed up quite nicely. Let's move us out a bit. The water in this pan looks so still. Very inviting, in fact. It looks so peaceful. Look at that. We'll have a quick look around the pan. And I think it's looking really relaxed. We can have a moment and just take it all in. But first, let's look around. There's our Egyptian goose family. Ducks and geese. Well, actually, Egyptian geese are not actually geese. They're more closely related to shell ducks than they are to geese. But aquatic birds move so like drag free through the water. It's almost like they sometimes barely make an impact on the movement of the water. They are subtle ripples, but they move so smoothly. It's quite hypnotizing to watch. Let's see if we can get a little bit closer. They're moving quite fast, and my camera zooming skills are not the greatest. There we go. I've seen many an Egyptian goose family. In fact, when I was doing Penguin Beach, there's an Egyptian goose family there that is remarkably successful. So in Djuma, I've seen them many times, many times. Amakhala as well, here now also. And often they lose quite a few of their chicks. Not immediately, which also makes it a bit difficult because you kind of watch the family for a while. But slowly they start dropping off. Well, it's not unusual for them to start dropping off. But this family at Tony Point, where we do Penguin Beach, that family, the last time I saw them, they had 7 sub-adult goslings at that point, or ducklings. I thought that's super successful. It's not what we usually get to see. But again, that speaks to the amount of predators they have to encounter in that area. It's in a place that's shared with other humans, which also could mean, there's that threat of domestic cats and dogs, but they seem to do really, really well there. There's also an abundance of resources, and it all counts. Hi, Dennis. You'd like to know if this water ever runs dry? I'm not sure, so I'm not super familiar with Okokoyo, but given this is a pan in front of a lodge, it's very likely it's a pumped pan. But I will check for you, but that's usually the way it goes for pans in front of lodges. So if that's the case, then it's not going to run dry. Pumped pans are a great resource for animals, obviously. It does mean that you are artificially changing the landscape, but often you'll see that pumped pans would have, or sometimes are originally a natural pan, and then in order to sustain it, many lodges will pump the pan. But for all pans that I've ever seen in front of us, they've been pumped in them. I'm quite sure it's the same for Okokoyo, although I haven't checked specifically for Okokoyo. But I've never seen it run dry, I must say, or any images of it running dry. In fact, we can kind of see. No, we can't. Never mind. I thought I could see where it's getting pumped in a little bit, but it's not. Oh, that's not what I can see. All right, our Egyptian goose family has made it to the other side. I think now we can just take a moment to enjoy the scenery. I'll pull out a little bit more so we can at least have a bit of a better view of the landscape. It's so peaceful to just sit and watch a natural space. So we're slowly coming onto the peak of the heat of the day. Something between 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock. And that's a time when you see lots of birds around water holes. If we're lucky, some elephants too. But it's not the time where you're going to see too much else. Even herbivores like the springbok, for example, and animals in this area, particularly herbivores in this area, that need to be very conscious of their moisture usage, will lie up in the shade in the heat of the day. It's a great time for bird watching. Beautiful. Some storks, blacksmith lapwings, Egyptian geese. And I also saw some swallows kind of flying past, but they didn't perch anywhere, at least not close enough for us to have a look. You can kind of hear little chirpings of birds. It's not anything very close and not too distinct either. And then during this time of day, birds are not as vocal, so you're not going to hear too many of the typical melodic calls of birds. It's kind of just communication calls, if you can call it that. Very short, yeah, just very short versions of their call. Very, yeah, almost just communicative, as opposed to the melodies that we hear, which are usually linked to advertising territory or looking for mates. The dawn chorus, or even the chorus that we sometimes hear towards the end of the day. And that's because during the heat of the day, those calls, which take a lot of effort to produce and is risky to produce, because if you're busy singing your call and advertising your territory, it kind of alerts predators to your presence. So if you want to do that, and you need to, because obviously you need to tell other birds where your territory is and call on mates, it's part of your survival, but you want to do it when it has the most impact. And that's why birds will usually do those melodic calls either early in the morning when the air is still cool, or in the evening when the air starts to cool down again. But during the middle of the day, when the air is very hot, then you don't get as many of those calls. And that's because the hot air, as you know, rises and it bends the sound upwards and away, instead of colder air that bends the sound towards the earth, and so it can travel further. In fact, many animals employ this strategy because it just makes sense. And it's not that animals know that if I call in the morning, the sound waves are going to bend towards the earth and it's going to go further. No, that's not what's happening. But through learned time, and I suppose through evolutionary time, animals have learned that it's more effective in the morning and the evening. But it may not be because, oh, it's cold air, They haven't been reading the same textbooks. So now we just get this kind of light tweeting, which is also very sweet in its own right. Our Abdom storks there. All still in their nice big flock. Hi, Loiso. You have a really interesting question. You'd like to know what birds besides owls are active at night. So the most common one is nightjar. So that's something we see very often, especially in Djuma. Well, particularly in Djuma because I spend lots of time there. But fiery-necked nightjars, we hear them very, very often, and we see them all the time. So maybe tonight during the sunset safari, if you can watch Loiso, you'll be able to see, as people are driving, there'll be nightjars in the middle of the road. So that's the common ones, although there are other birds, not particular groups, but like, for example, there's night herons, which you'll see at night, but it's not that herons as a group are active at night. So you get those, but the most obvious night birds will be owls, like you said, and nightjars. At least that's what I can think of right now. Oil birds as well, but we don't get oil birds here. I really enjoy night flying animals because they have such incredible adaptations to allow them to persist and really be very successful at night. And also because I really enjoy thinking about eyes. And obviously, eyes are a huge part of being successful at night. Your vision and the numerous adaptations that go along with it. Birds in general have excellent vision, both in terms of focus and clarity, and in terms of the color, the spectrum that they can use, or that they can perceive. And it's kind of even more specialized for those birds that move around at night. All right, let's see if our Juma Cam is going to behave for us, and we can have a look if anything's going to come through. I really hope that I'll get to see some familiar faces. I'm not sure I'll even be able to... No, I'll have faith in myself. I was going to say I'm not sure I'll be able to identify my hyenas, my leopards, but I can try. Ah, hello home. Not too much happening. So we were speaking about the wet season. So you can actually see. So this is Vuyatela Dam, the dam just in front of the lodge, the one that obviously the cam overlooks. And you can already see that the water has been reduced quite a bit. So if you look at the bottom right corner of the dam, you see there's a little island there. So when the water is quite high and the dam is really full, you almost you almost can't see that island. In fact, there's been times when it's been even fuller and you can't see it at all. So the fact that we can see it and that whole kind of beachy area that's on the other side of the dam is so exposed tells me that the water is being reduced quite a bit. But during the wet season, so there's still a lot of water around. We're obviously starting to dry up, like I explained, but there's still lots of little holes all over the reserve that will have water collecting in it. And some animals are not very fussy about the water they drink at all. Elephants, however, are. So you'll find that nice big bodies of water like this, or in a pumped pan, that's where you're going to find quite a bit of elephants around this time. They're not as interested in drinking out of muddy water that, say, a leopard or a lion wouldn't think twice about drinking out of. So hopefully we can see some elephants. I really love moving over to this side because it makes me feel like maybe we could see something walking through here on Twin Dams Road. I've had countless sightings in this area. Countless. It's a frequent spot for so many of the leopards that we have had the privilege to spend time with that we no longer can, and for the new leopards around. Well, just not new leopards per se, but those leopards that have come in and made use of the vacant territory that was left behind by others. Hi, Chloe. You'd like to know, when are you most likely to see animals come and drink at this dam? Well, I mean, at any time they can, and it obviously depends on the animal. But most animals will drink at dusk and dawn. And that's kind of like, if you think about your garden or your plants, you try to water your plants when the sun is not fully out. And that's because the water evaporates quickly. And in the same sense with the animals, if they're doing the majority of their drinking in the heat of the day, then it's sort of a waste. But if it's very hot, of course they will come down to the dam to drink. But the most common time that happens is during dusk and dawn. For elephants, that's different. Elephants can come through literally at any time. They have no specific time that they like better. And even in the full heat of the day, you'll find them at the dam, but that's usually when they want to go swimming. So elephants, any time of the day. Birds like to be at the dam or at water holes in the heat of the day. But everybody else, if they can manage it, will prefer to drink during dusk and dawn. Or yeah, just around that time where it's still a little bit cool and the sun is not high up in the sky.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
try and put it a little bit more central so you can see what I'm talking about. Come on, camera, be my friend. Okay, there we go. So the biggest tree that you can see, big, very lush tree, that's a jackalberry. I remember seeing Hasana in this tree many times. It's a great spot, that side of the dam wall. It's the eastern side of the dam wall, like southeast and east. And it's very deep or very steep on that side. So there's a lot of cover for many, many animals down there. In fact, if there's a giraffe in that area behind the dam wall, you will barely be able to see its head from even just before the dam. It's very deep, very lush. It's a good hiding spot for many, many, many animals. Leopards, lions, wild dogs, hyenas, you name it, often seen behind that area. Now the other trees that you can see, so there's the one in the middle, that's a jackalberry, and then there's two trees on either side. One is close to us, it's got quite a straight, long trunk, and then there's one to the right of the jackalberry behind the dam wall. That area behind the dam wall and to the right is a little tamboti thicket. And so you can see that the soil in that area is quite bare. And tambotis, when they have, they kind of grow in clusters to create these thickets. And they can do that by changing the composition, some of the chemical characteristics of the soil in that area, so that it allows for other tamboti trees to grow by excluding others that need certain nutrients that the tamboti doesn't. So you'll often see these bare patches between tamboti trees in a thicket. Hi, Pauline. That's an excellent question, and one that I've been asked many times. Pauline would like to know if there are any crocodiles in this dam. There are not right now, at least I don't think. If they were, I'm sure I'd have heard about it. But there have in the past been some crocodiles. I don't think there has ever been a resident crocodile in Vuyatela Dam here, but there have been crocodiles that have passed through, definitely, and spent a little time in it. It's just a very good practice to not trust any water source in wild areas, wild spaces in Africa, because a crocodile doesn't have to live there. It could simply need to move through there, and that would not be very pleasant for any people swimming. Let's have a look further to our left now. So I believe that there were wild dogs in this area this morning during the sunrise safari. Wild dogs will move very, very quickly. I doubt that they would have stuck around here, but also wild dogs won't move in the heat of the day. They are particularly sensitive to overheating. They might lie down in patches of shade, though, nearby. But again, if they were seen quite early in the morning, then they've probably moved already. They can cover really large distances very quickly, especially when they're hunting. Wow, this marula tree is doing very, very well. Let's go and have a look. It's just the one on the other side of the dam there. At the end of the dam wall. So it's kind of in the middle of your screen now. So that marula tree there. The last time I was in Djuma, it was pretty bare, so it looks very, very nice now, as they do when the wet season comes about. I'm sure you would have seen tons and tons of marulas on the ground and elephants having the time of their lives. The wet season, it really is a time of abundance in the bush, not just for elephants, although for elephants it seems like it's a party time because there's marulas all over the place, there's water all over the place. That's pretty much all they want. But for everybody, there is abundance for the predators and for the prey. Let's have a look now. So earlier I was saying to you that there were two pans, or there are two pans out here now. So there's the what I was talking about. There's this one here on the right. You can see where those logs are, and there's a depression in the ground. So that was the original pan. And then the one on the left is the pan now. Well, it's been there for some time, but when I was in Djuma, when I first started at Djuma, it was the original pan that I showed you there. Okay, we have a heron. A lovely grey heron doing some hunting. Well, if you've just joined us, this is a great time to have joined us because we might see some action with this heron hunting. You are, of course, watching Escape to Nature. The voice that you're hearing is that of Trishala. And apart from me here at the Djuma Cam now, and we were also at Okokoyo earlier, we've also got Nick in Kareka, Andrew at Amakala, and Steve in Madikwe. And we've had a whole lot of wonderful sightings. Elephants and lions in Madikwe, a host of antelope, and there was some zebra with Nick and Karika. Amakala had some giraffes as well. And little old me, Okokoyo, and Djuma, we've had some wonderful birds and some springbok. So thanks for coming through, even if you hopped on late. And remember to send us your questions and your comments. Now, watching a heron, this is a grey heron, watching it hunt can be quite a slow process, a very calculated process. And that's something I really love about watching a heron. Oh, we've got a bit of a stretch. They have to be very, very careful because if they move too quickly, they're going to scare away their prey, and their prey is in or around water. So any little movement is going to alert the prey to the presence of the heron. So they move very, very purposefully through the water and around the edges as to not startle, because when they do finally lock their eyes on something, they're going to move very fast and they need that element of surprise. See if I can give us a little bit of a closer look, because I think that it's got its beak open. Yes, it does. So this is something that actually Steve mentioned earlier as well. He spoke about gula fluttering. It's something that we see in birds and reptiles quite a lot. And it's when they open their mouths so that they can reveal the moist, very thin skin of their mounts, they can expose that to cooler air, and then via evaporative cooling, they can cool down the blood around that area, and then it circulates. So this is what this heron is doing, keeping itself nice and cool. Lovely. All right, let me send you over to Nick and see in Karika and see if he ever gula flutters, because I have no idea how he would keep cool.
Alright, welcome back to the land of the wind. So we're here at Scotia Dam, and you can see we've got a nice little gathering of species here. We've got some wildebeest, eland, giraffe. There was a warthog that made an appearance here. He's kind of shifted off a little bit. But nice to see these wildebeest. This herd, you can see there's a few little youngsters in there. They are renowned for being quite nervous, for being quite shy. It's always a bit tricky to try and get a good view of them. See, it actually looks like one or two of the wildebeest are heading down to have a drink. I haven't seen too many animals having a drink today. And you can see some of the ducks in the water. They must be having the toughest time in the world today. Besides for the wind that's been gusting, it's been a lovely peaceful day here today at Kariga. Sun has come and gone, done its thing. Wind seems to be trying to clear the clouds away, which is nice. I think a lot of the animals just really on high alert with the wind. You can see they are looking sort of quite settled there, but at the same time they will still be listening very carefully. Lots of different sets of eyes and ears out and about. I did attempt to find a few raptors and things for us to see if I could find them sitting on any branches. Didn't come right. I think the wind is kind of just too strong, and I think they've really gone into the thickets to get a better spot there. Really soaking up every opportunity of watching our migrant bird species. You know, yellowbill kites, they're probably soon going to be looking to leave in the upcoming weeks. Not that we'll be listening for any bird calls on a day like this, but I haven't really heard any of the cuckoos calling recently. Remember, there's quite often a black cuckoo that calls around here, and one or two classes cuckoos and Diedrich's cuckoos as well. Watched a Harida. You might have just got him at the bottom of the frame. A Harida trying to fly from the western side of the dam closer to the eastern side. There goes some more of them there. It's like watching them go in slow-mo. But I think in terms of the movement of the animals, everybody's really settling down. No, 100%, all animals do get affected by these strong winds. You know, even if the animals do go into the thickets, it's still going to affect them quite a lot. So from everything from, you know, impalas all the way through to lions and things like that, and even the birds, this wind will affect everybody. You know, obviously largely for your birds, they're not going to be flying around as much. I guess the animal that will be least affected by these winds is probably just your hippo and your crocodile. Remember, for the hippo, its skin is very sensitive to the sun. So even on a day like this, when it is very windy, they will still stay in the water because the sun is out. They can easily get sunburnt. So for a hippo, he obviously breathes air, so he'll be coming up to just to breathe some air every now and then. But other than that, he'll be resting in the water. And if you think about for crocodiles, crocodiles are able to shift certain body organs. That was like a tongue twister. You just heard me going spishing a bird there. So those crocodiles are able to shift their body organs to counteract buoyancy. So they then don't have to struggle about, you know, trying to stay buoyant of whether they're going to the surface or down to the bottom or what they're trying to do. And they can really just slow their body down, and if they do that and they're not actively swimming around, a crocodile can stay underwater for just short of sort of 2 hours or so, hour and a half. But obviously if he's actively swimming around, it's going to be closer to sort of half an hour, 45 minutes. So I would imagine for them, they're going to be the least affected by this wind. You know, elephants are definitely not a fan of the wind. From what I've seen and experienced, they far prefer rain to the wind. Remember, elephants don't have exceptional eyesight, so they do rely on their sense of hearing quite a lot, and when it's windy like this, they can't hear. And often what you will see is the herds of elephants really clumping together and staying very close. You will find the calves staying very close to mom, and then the whole herd going down into the deep, thick valleys to take refuge there and try and get out of the wind as much as they can. Little bit of friendly necking going on between these two giraffe here. It's kind of been the occasional sway of the necks there. You know, I've been watching this herd of giraffe for a while now, and it doesn't seem to be too serious, this little friendly sparring session that's going on. But it's nice to see so many giraffe together again. I mean, in the frame here we can see 3 of them. There is one more to the left hand side of the frame, and then another sort of 5 or 6 further to the right, but lower down in that sort of drainage line behind. I can just see the head sticking up. So you can see behind those giraffe that greener vegetation that's growing. That's probably going to be one of the tributaries that feeds into the Kariga River, which is quite close by. I mean, look at those eland. It's beautiful. Those 2 that are slightly on the left-hand third there, it looks like potentially a male and a female. That one that's slightly on the right, he's got a huge dewlap. He's just turning away from us now as we start to talk about that. But he looks like he's in really good condition there. where that wildebeest is going down, that seems to be the favorite spot for a lot of animals to go and drink. So it seems to be, you can't see it from here because of that little island, but it seems to be slightly more hard, slightly more rocky than the surrounding area, so their footing can be a bit more sure. Now you can imagine the rest of the surrounding areas of the dam itself. They're kind of it's soft, squishy grasses and things like that, which make it a bit more difficult to drink, possibly compared to some of those more solid areas. But it looks like that wildebeest is headed off slowly there. I think let's take you across to Andrew and see what he's found.
Thanks very much, Nick. Really appreciate it. We have some kudu on this side over here. What was interesting was they were underneath a bush and they were trying to cool down in the shade. And we stopped here and now they're starting to move away into the thicket. Yesterday I had a question that what other animals besides zebras are striped? And I mentioned kudu. And if you manage to take a look here, you'll see they have these beautiful thin white stripes on the side of their bodies there. It's actually excellent markings for kudus to have because as you can see they do have quite an obvious body shape, and so to have some sort of white markings on their body, the theory is that it disrupts their shape of their body and they are able to blend into the bush much easier. It's what we call disruptive camouflage or disruptive markings. Okay, so they have gone into the thicket there now at the moment. Yeah, you got a gemsbok. Good one. Oh, right. Yeah, good spot. Hey, we haven't seen a gemsbok in a while now. And there one is there. Gemsbok, or an oryx, is another name. They're just walking a little bit there. Hopefully he doesn't go behind the bush because then we've got very little else to look at here. Now I know I think it's Germany, if I'm not mistaken, you have an animal out there called a Gemsbok. Gemsbok. It's not the same as this. This is a Gemsbok. You have to sort of say the G in the beginning of the word. It is quite difficult if you're not South African. For us it's a pretty easy word for us to say, but you've got to say Gemsbok. I was doing some research as to if their name was actually an oryx at some point, and I couldn't find any information on that. So what I think has happened is, you know, a lot of the people from foreign countries that come to Africa to have a look at the animals, it's very difficult for them to say Gemsbok. So I think they were given another name by guides, I think, as an oryx. Makes it much easier for those people coming from other countries, which actually derives from their scientific name, Latin name, the Oryx gazella. Very, very dangerous animals. These are very formidable antelopes. In the history of wildlife, predators have been killed by oryx or gemsbok. And then also Ronnie, the second biggest antelope in South Africa. So eland is going to be the first, most definitely. And the second, let's give it a think here. Just trying to think, is it going to be blue wildebeest or is it kudu? I'm just trying to think now. I think it's actually a greater kudu, I think, is the answer to that question. I think they're more than likely going to be the second largest antelope in Africa. But if you compare a greater kudu to an eland, the size is very, very different. Eland are all in their own size. They are the biggest by far, and there are some elands that have been recorded in Africa up to 900 kilograms, which is just short of a ton. And if you think of some heavy buffalo, they get up to about a ton. So a big eland and a big buffalo are roughly the same. Sorry, I just hear the wind is blowing quite a bit. I believe it's disturbing the mic there, so I do apologize about that. Just going to bend down in the car. I think that's going to be the best thing. Gemsbok is moving on a little bit there. I haven't seen them here at Leeuwenbush side for quite a while now. I see that there's not much water in the pan, so I think a lot of the animals have gone elsewhere to look for water. And I think this is the reason why there's such few animals in this area now. Mandy, the most common antelope in Africa, well, it depends on which sort of area that you're in, but in more woody areas with a bit more water, most definitely impala. Impala is the most successful animal in Africa. And then if you go to more dry arid regions, Kalahari, Namibia and those sort of areas, it's going to be springbuck are going to be the most successful in those areas. But as we know, desert areas are much more limited, and semi-desert areas are much more limited than that of more lush green areas. So impalas by far is going to habitate most, and definitely the most successful antelope in Africa. Now, if you ever get a chance to go to the Kruger National Park, if you don't see impala out there, something is terribly wrong. They are so common. You can drive, most roads you're going to come across impala. And it's very important that there are so many impala in the wild, is because they're going to feed a lot of the predators. And that's one of their niches that they have, that they provide food for those big predators. So most of the leopards in the Sabi Sands, Kruger National Park and those sort of areas are going to thrive feeding on those impalas. Then the most successful antelope out here in Amakhala, I would say, is probably red hartebeest, I would say. Just listening to some sounds, yeah? Just listening to some sounds at the moment. There's a cicada beetle that's really making a big raucous sound. I don't know if you can hear it. It's almost like a vibrating sound. And they're very vocal this time of the day because most of the birds are now feeling hot, and they're going to be in their hiding spots and not really advertising themselves. And so the cicada beetles are quite smart in that sense, that they're going to use the hottest part of the day to call, so that they can get their call out there, that they can be heard. without being muffled by that of the sounds of the frogs and the birds and all those other animals that might like to call in the morning and afternoon. Okay, Morgan has got some nice little pink flowers there. It looks like the royal carpet. Yeah, I'm on the test now. Morgan is testing me. Royal carpet, one of the most common wildflowers out here. Which grasses are around it? Okay, I'm gonna need to. Here we go. Let me just grab my binoculars here. This might make a bit of shuffling sounds. Okay, Morgan wants to know what grasses are around there. So I can see some red grass, and is that? Oh, it's difficult to say if it's broad-leafed or curly-leafed Eragrostis. There's a very grassy area in this side, as you can see, so a lot of grazers do like to come out here. Sometimes the big groups of buffalo come out here, look for some water and graze a bit of grass. I've always respected guides out in the bush that have really specialized in wildflowers. Now, wildflowers are very difficult to get to know because they're not available throughout the year, and sometimes, depending on the rain and the conditions, they might not flower every year. So you might go a long period of time and then suddenly they pop up again, different flowers. So it's difficult to get to know them. And then also, usually during the flowering season, which is in the beginning of summer, when the wildflowers start to grow, they don't last very long. And when they're gone, you've got to wait for the next year, hopefully, to see them. Now, there's a gentleman that does work out here, Martin, who's at Safari Lodge. He is brilliant with his wildflowers, and he's taken a lot of time to get to know the wildflowers. Very respectful. And I'm sure the other naturalists will tell you the same thing. But everybody, each guide will specialize in their own thing. They all got their own interests. the termites to produce their own food, what they're going to need to do is usually at night when the sun has gone away, and also on overcast conditions when it's a bit cooler, you'll find that these little termites will come out of the mound and they start to walk around this environment. And what they are looking for is dead organic matter, mainly grass, dead grass. And they'll carry it inside the mound. And within the mound they have an area called a gallery. Bobby, you've asked me a question about plants that can prevent a bushfire. Bobby, give me 2 minutes and I'll address your question now. So these little termites actually will come out of this mound at night and they walk around this environment, and what they'll do is they'll pick up all the dead grass and they take it inside the mound in an area called a gallery. And within that gallery is the fungus garden. For them to produce this fungus, they need something that is very, very important, and that is moisture and humidity. The temperature in this mound for them to produce that fungus needs to be between 22 and 28 degrees Celsius. Then the fungus is going to thrive. Then the termites are going to eat that fungus, and in return they are going to thrive. And then also by constantly collecting dead organic matter and placing it in their fungus gardens, they are recycling, or they are depositing nutrients, and this area becomes a nutrient hotspot. And the termites are going to eat that fungus, and it's going to digest in their body, and then they're going to defecate that out, and that recycles the nutrients. So that is the role of the termites, and it's very important for everything's survival, including ours, is that the termites are going to recycle the nutrients and make an area nutrient rich, so that grasses can grow, the area can become established, and then other things can grow, and then before you know it you have an entire ecosystem around there. Now Bobby, you asked me what plants can help prevent veld fires. Okay, so to prevent veld fires, I know there's a plant out here which called a spekboom. It's an interesting plant because the spekboom contains a lot of moisture inside the leaf, and people have realized that the spekboom is pretty fire resistant. So when there are farmsteads or homesteads, people used to, back in the day, actually plant it around their homestead or their farmstead, and if there was a fire encroaching and coming to the area where their farmstead was, then it's very difficult for that fire to actually penetrate through that spekboom. In some reserves they actually use spekboom as a fire break. So if another neighboring game reserve has a fire and it wants to come through the fence, it's going to hit this wall of spekboom, and the spekboom sort of pushes that fire back, which is very interesting. Then another plant, I know a few plants that are semi-fire resistant, but for preventing fires, we spoke yesterday about the guarri. We use them as fire beaters. I hope that answers your question. So guarri has got a canopy that the leaves don't fall off very easily, and semi-fire resistant. And if there's a fire in an area and you can get a guarri bush, a nice big bush, you can use that to actually beat the fire down and stomp out the fires. Then certain plants that might be semi-fire resistant are plants like aloes. Now, I'm not sure if you've ever seen an aloe, but you'll notice that the leaves are quite broad, and then in the middle there's a main stem and the leaves on the side like that. So if a fire is now coming, what will happen is the leaves will usually be like this, and the fire is approaching the plant, and then the plant literally starts to go like this and protects the main stem of the aloe. And then, the fire is going to move through or dissipate, whatever the case may be, and the plant opens up again like that, freeing that main stem. Isn't that just interesting? So, Bobby, I like that question. Thank you very much. You like that?
Yeah, it's great.
Morgan enjoyed it. Yes, that's a job well done. I wonder where the warthogs are. We usually see warthogs out here quite a bit. I hope Trishala can maybe find your warthog at some point, seeing that we're battling. But talking about that, let's send you over to the dam cams with my good friend Trishala.
A warthog? I can certainly try. Here at Okokoyo, maybe we'll see some roaming about. That would be awesome. But for now, got our springbok and our storks have just arrived in numbers. It's absolutely stunning. Everyone's taking advantage of the really nice vegetation all around. In the corner, right-hand corner of your screen, looks like there's a small egret there as well. At the bottom. I really enjoy seeing antelope with their heads down because it tells me that they're super comfortable and very relaxed. And that's something really nice to see, because so often when we look for sightings, we're looking for the opposite. We're looking for antelope that are looking nervous, that have their heads up, that are facing one direction, ears are facing one direction. And it's nice to kind of just see them relax and just having a good time near a waterhole. They unfortunately don't look like that very often when we spend time with them, because it's a bad habit, honestly, that a lot of us guides have, and that's wanting to find predator sightings. And we do that by looking at antelope's behavior. We take cues from antelope behavior. So it's nice sometimes to just, I mean, a lot of the time, it's something that I like to practice a lot, is just kind of observing relaxed antelope too. So we've got a pair that are fighting. Let me, I zoomed in a bit much there. Zoom us back out. There we go. Look at these two. So ordinarily it would be the males that are fighting, but remember that with springbok, both males and females have horns. But most often we see males fighting. Now that goes for very, very, very many species of not only antelope, but across the board. You'll find that when it comes to, it's not really aggression. I guess it is. It's an expression of the hormonal changes that are happening inside of males, more so than it's happening inside of female animals. And that's the expression of their androgens, particularly testosterone. So when there's a whole lot of testosterone, aggression is one of those things that just kind of are expressed, or is expressed. So you usually find with elephants, it's always the young males that want to give you some trouble. And here I can pretty much guarantee that these are two males play fighting here. So springbok, when they exist in these loose herds, but when they are it's mating time or mating season, so the rut for them, the males will form bachelor herds. And of course the females and their offspring form their breeding herds, and then the males try to herd females into their territory, very much like impala do. So now it's just a whole lot of practice. Let us zoom out there. There we go. Abigail, you'd like to know what defenses do springboks have? Ah, what good senses. There we go. So they're like all antelope. They have a very good awareness of what's going on around them. Very well developed sense of hearing, sight, and smell. And that's important because they are a prey species. So they will, like most antelope, have horizontal pupils. It's not like to the extent that you see in goats, but it's still horizontal, and that allows them to have a greater field of view, which is super important if you're a prey species, because what matters is that there's something walking towards you, and the more you can see, the better. So it doesn't really matter that your depth perception is a little off or is not very accurate. What matters is that you see something coming towards you, and you can do something about it. So, like most prey species, they have those horizontal pupils that allow them to do that. Gives them a greater field of view. Staying with the eyes, they will also have a tapetum lucidum, which is a reflective layer of cells behind the eye on the retina that allows them to see better in very low light. Some animals are better at it, collecting light again, than others, but nevertheless, springboks also have tapetum lucidum to help them to see better at night. In terms of hearing, I don't know exactly what frequencies or what their frequency range is, but considering that they're a herd animal, it's probably not outrageous because they would be taking cues from other members in the herd, but nonetheless, it will be very good. A sense of smell is also very important because it gives the antelope cues about the potential, mating potential with other or the opposite sex. So they can flim and grimace, and that when they do that, they lift their lips up, and that's to basically open up tiny little holes in their palate, or kind of just a little bit further in front of their palate. And those little holes are filled with a jelly-like substance. And that amplifies whatever olfactory cue they're getting. Olfactory simply means sense of smell in a little bit more precise way, but just think of it as a sense of smell. So that whole organ is called a vomeronasal organ or a Jacobson organ. Those are those little holes that are filled with jelly-like substance to amplify smells. Many, many animals have that. So that definitely enhances their sense of smell, and it's really important because that's how they can tell that a female is an estrus. And the most important thing to an animal would be to mate. Because if they can mate, then, and you see it in an animal's behavior, when they mate, they lose condition, or when they hold territories so that they can mate, you'll see antelope lose condition. They don't take care of themselves. They don't groom as much. They don't eat as much. And that's because mating and reproducing is such an important thing. So having a well-developed sense of smell and the inclusion of the vomeronasal organ allows them to do that as best as they can. This guy that we've got in the center here was busy horning the ground as well. So I bet he's really feeling it. Really feeling that territorial behavior start to kick in. That male's got some really impressive horns as well. Now the other thing that... Oh, there we go. Is this another sparring partner? Or is it the same one? That was very civil. Now the other thing that Springbok are very good at, but it's not really related to their senses, but in a way it's related to their self-awareness and their movement in space, and that is pronking. Pronking is a display, you'll know it immediately. It's where they jump up with their legs pointing downwards. And it's a way to show off to potential mates, but it's most especially a really good defense because it allows the Springbok to show off just how healthy it is. And as a predator, you'll want to target those animals that are weak, sick, old, or brand newborn, because those are the most vulnerable. And by pronking, you're showing that you're really healthy. You're really healthy, and it's almost like saying, hey, don't come chase after me because I'm just going to run circles around you. Why don't you go after somebody else that's weaker? Hi, Madison. You would like to know if Springboks are related to gazelles. So we get a couple of... the gazelle that you might know well in southern Africa or in Africa would be the Thompson's gazelle. That's one that we're quite familiar with. And you wanted to know if if gazelles and Springboks are related. So they certainly would be related. How closely related they are, I wouldn't be able to say. They're in the same family, so they're bovids. But I wouldn't be able to say how closely related they are. So antelope can kind of be sifted or sorted into different tribes. For example, spiraled horned antelope, a lot of them, their genus name is Tragelaphus, and so their tribe is Tragelaphini. And so the tribes of antelopes is basically a different kind of grouping. We get species, genus, family, order, class, that type of thing. When we talk about tribe, it's a sort of an in-between little bit of classification that allows us to group animals even further. So the spiral-horned antelope, they are in Tragophyllani. And so, for example, the Thompson's gazelle and the Springbok are in the same tribe. That's Antilopini. But I don't know how closely they are related in that tribe. But gazelles are in a genus, Gazella, whereas the Springbok, I think the Springbok doesn't share its genus with anybody else. It's quite an interesting name. It's Antidorcus. But gazelles and Springboks are in the same tribe. And even when I think about it, Not all gazelles are gazella. There's the obvious one. And even the Thompson's gazelle, it's okay. I think we are going to swap over to Juma. Okay, never mind. All good. Okokoyo is all good. So I just thinking out loud. So I remember recently I was writing a little what do you call it? A little blurb on Thompson's gazelles, and there were some authors that would put the Thompson's gazelle in Gazella genus, and then others that would put it in Eudorcus, which is obviously sounds quite similar to Antidorcus, which might suggest that they are more closely related than initially thought, but that's just me thinking out loud. For now, I can confirm that they are in the same tribe. Antilopini. I must say they're spending a lot of time here. This must be some really good vegetation. You can almost hear them moving and chewing. There's an egret following them a little bit. Not exactly following them, but in the same space. Oh, it's so wonderful to hear them chew like this. And if you listen very carefully, you might even hear the clunking of the horns of those two that are fighting in the background towards the right. Flutterby, that is a really interesting question. So Flutterby wanted to know if springbok are the most heat adapted of all gazelles, shall we say, all antilopinis. I mean, we can even broaden that to say all antelope. I would be able to say. Certainly we know that they are very well adapted, very well suited. They have very efficient kidneys. They have an efficient lifestyle. But I'm not sure that they are the most well adapted to the heat. It's also a hard thing to categorize, or a hard thing to comment on, because I don't know if simply certain observations that were made in other gazelles or other antelope have just not been made in springbok. Because I know that in Grant's gazelle, they are really, or they're often cited as being one of the most efficient at extracting moisture from plant matter. And also, they've been noted to derive or to extract protein more efficiently than others. And that's meaningful because if you can extract protein really efficiently, that means you're losing less water to that extraction process. But those kinds of studies that have figured that out, I don't know if they just haven't been done on springbok. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I couldn't say, really. I couldn't, yeah. But it is a really interesting thought. But I would say it's probably Thompson's and Grant's gazelle and the springbok. They have a lot of similarities. And I think that they're all very, very well adapted to heat. But I wouldn't say which one is the top one.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
I'm so impressed that they've been sticking around here for so long. There's two fights going on now, one across the waterhole and one close to us here. Oh, this is awesome. Okokoyo is rocking it today. Anyway, let me send you back over to Amakala and Andrew and Morgan and see what they're going to have for lunch. That's what I'd like to know.
It's a gemsbok, also known as an oryx. And I think this is actually quite a nice view, and you can actually see all the details in this animal. Very well detailed animal. So I'm sure the first thing you're going to notice is probably those long straight horns. So they have these spear-like horns that are pretty long, as you can see. They are so long that gemsbok often will scratch their own backs with those horns. But there is a problem because they're not very strong. They've got quite nice length to them, but they don't have a lot of width to them. And often enough we do see gemsbok with broken horns. I've actually seen a gemsbok with both of the horns broken. And then every now and then you see a gemsbok with one horn. And often the guests will say, or the tourists that come out here will say, oh, there is a unicorn. We can put that on our list. Then the next feature on their body that really does stand out is between the black and white face and that big bushy horse-like tail. Now these animals do like to hang around or live in habitat, and they do very, very well in these dry conditions. So the Kalahari, Namibia, and those sort of areas, they do extremely well. Okay, so just in case you have joined us, we welcome you yet again. My name is Andrew, and that's Morgan behind camera. And we are sort of heading towards the end of the Escape to Nature, but it's been a great day. So far, we've seen quite a few different things. Remember, there's still time, so if you do have questions or comments that you want to send through to us, you're always welcome to do so. It'd be lovely to interact with you. Yeah, 100%. Just moving off a little bit there. Yeah, so I was just mentioning that they do like to habitate in those dry, arid conditions. So gemsbok have got a very unique way of cooling down. It's called a grotted nasal cavity, which is inside their nasal passage or their nose. So when this animal is walking through the bush and it's just simply breathing, that air goes into the nose and then also gets to parts of the brain case. That will keep the brain case cool, and therefore keeps the brain quite cool. But I know in some hot areas where they have hugely high temperatures, gemsbok have been known to, their body temperature has been known to actually rise by a few degrees Celsius without any problems whatsoever. And this includes their organs. The only thing is their brain will need to be very, very cool and adequately cooled down, and this is where that grotted nasal cavity or system comes in. Okay, and just looking at some of the bushveld here. Look at this. We definitely need some rain. It's looking a bit dry. And the drier it becomes, then the more possibility you'll have of perhaps seeing meerkats out here. I actually know of where a den site is, but very nervous, and they're very difficult to see, and so we just leave them be. It would be lovely to be able to show you some meerkats, and I'm sure you all enjoyed those meerkats that you might have seen at Tswalu. That was a very memorable experience for me when I used to work out there, that the meerkats were just something else, and I really enjoyed going out there and watching those meerkats with my guests. They're like little people in a way. Each meerkat will have its own personality and its own way, its own character, which I really, really enjoy. This would be a good place for an aardwolf as well. Oh, thanks, Cynthia. You're very welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed that one. Say again, Morgan? Okay, there's this tree on the ground here. Okay, so Morgan is showing you the a sweet thorn that is sort of in pieces over there, that has been demolished by, can only be one. An elephant has come through at some point and has demolished the tree, reduced it to a whole lot of rubble, as you can see there. Often people say, oh no, elephants are very destructive, you know, when they see them pushing trees down and breaking huge trees that have taken a long time to get to that size. But that is what their role is. That's why they're so important, because remember, trees, if they're not being controlled, what's going to happen if the trees don't get controlled? They're going to grow too much, and then you're going to get these forest-like areas because the canopies are going to grow too much and too thick. No sunlight really gets to the ground, and therefore grasses can't really thrive and grow. Now in Africa we are savanna, so a combination of grasses and trees, and that's why we have such a diverse amount of wildlife, from grazers to browsers. Now if elephants were not here, this would become a forest in no time really, and then all the grass eating animals, there's going to be no place for them. So hippopotamus, nothing for them. Warthogs, buffalo, red hartebeest, the gemsbok we just saw now, there would be absolutely nothing for them. Now there's a few reasons why they are going to push trees down, and the most common reason for that is depends. In summer you're going to find that a lot of the fresh leaves are going to be right at the top of the plant, and elephants are going to push those trees down to get to some of those leaves that they might not be able to reach. But now in winter it's a little bit different. There's a different type of damage that occurs, and this is where elephants are going to start pushing trees down and uprooting the roots. Now plants, as a survival mechanism in winter and dry conditions, they are going to transport their minerals into the roots. Jamie, afternoon. Herbivores are quite tolerant towards each other. It's all safety in numbers. They share a common predator or predators, and to use each other in a coexisting manner, this is going to help them survive, and that's why they're so tolerant of each other. But make no mistake, if say rain doesn't come for an extremely long time, and everything starts to dry up and habitat becomes reduced and food becomes scarce, then you're going to find there's going to be some conflict and confrontation between the different species of antelopes and other animals as well. Just giving a listen out in the distance where I can hear the Bokamakiri calling an ant-eating chat, a southern ant-eating chat. I was mentioning earlier that this is actually quite a good place for an aardwolf. Aardwolf, I have seen them here before, many years ago, but this is quite a good environment for them. And then aardvark, I'm sure from time to time have been seen in this area. There's a lot of termite mounds, nice open grassy area, perfect for animals like aardvark. My biggest dream is to be able to show you an aardvark here at Amakhala, and we have spent time looking for them, but I think in winter is going to be our best bet. The aardvarks tend to come out more towards the end of day, or when the sun starts to go down, when it's still quite warm but not extremely hot. So they'll come out and try and avoid the cold nights by just feeding in the later afternoons rather than the night time. But in summer months, wow, if you want to see an aardvark, you're going to have to try and go out there when the temperature starts to cool down at night. And there is a window. Anything more than a certain amount of degrees and anything less than a certain amount of degrees, then the termites become inactive, and therefore that affects the sightings of aardvark. So in summer, if it's been an extremely hot day, up to 38, 40 degrees, anywhere from 11 o'clock at night, do a night safari, and potentially you'll be able to see an aardvark. Trying to listen to a few more birds that are calling out here. Can you hear a common fiscal? Myself and Morgan, a few days ago, we were lucky we saw a Knysna Tarako. Incredibly beautiful bird. Actually see them quite a bit now in my hometown, or our hometown. Morgan is also spending some time in Port Alfred from time to time, and we see Knysna Taraka out there from time to time as well, which is always nice to see them. You can also hear this clicking sound. It sounds like a typewriter. This and that's a small cesticula called a nediki. Trying to see if I can't hear a few more other birds calling, but the wind is now pulled in quite a bit. I am trying to cover my mic over here with my hands, so I hope that does help. It's suddenly gone extremely quiet. Are you on that succulent over there? This one over here. At the... There we go. So I got asked a question earlier about plants and sort of fires and things like that. So this is one of the succulents called pig's ear. We do find them quite commonly out here in these open environments on Amakhala. But you see how chunky and fleshy that leaf is. And you can actually see the main stem. It's a little bit dry at the moment, which will break off and another one will grow at a later stage. But when a fire does move through here, that very leaves that you are seeing is going to try and shelter the plant and protect it against that fire. The main stem is very important, especially when it's growing, to keep that alive while it's growing. So this pig's ear is actually also used by the Khoisan Bushmen who used to habitate this area back in the day. So imagine the Khoisan Bushmen went off hunting and they covered an extreme amount of land. It's amazing how far they used to, sometimes even run. And these guys could run a whole day straight without even stopping, which is incredible. And so every now and then they would develop muscular pains, and there's no such thing back in those days as deep heat or a heat cream or Transact. Nothing like that was available back then. So they had to use their environment, and by taking this plant they would put it by the fire and they would make the plant get nice and warm, and they would turn it over, make the other side warm as well, and they would strap that to their leg wherever that muscular pain was. Strap it to their leg and allow the body to absorb all that warmth. Now, because it's a very fleshy plant with a very strong outer skin, it takes a very long time for that heat to escape and become cold again. And so it makes a very good little heat patch for their muscular pains. It is edible, but doesn't taste very nice, not to me at least. It's quite a strong taste. But if you're in a survival situation and you're walking through the bush and you are dying of thirst, what you can do is you can come up to this plant. You can take a big mouthful, a big bite of it, and you bite it and you chew it and you release that water. You crush the plant in your mouth. That'll release all that water, and then you can sort of swallow that water. But you must spit those fibers out, because too much of it, I'm sure, is not going to be very good for your stomach. Just to take some of the water, and that can just help you to survive a little bit longer until you can find water. I've noticed that tortoises enjoy eating this plant very, very much. Yeah, I can hear those cicada beetles calling again. Alright, let me just start up the vehicle and face another direction. Should we face that direction more? Okay. Let me move forward here. There we go. More, you want me to face that way? Okay, I'm going to actually send you to Tshala in the meantime, who's on the Djuma Dam cam at the moment.
Yes, it is me at Okokoyo. Much of the same has been going on here. Some cloud cover has started to come over. It was quite bright last time we were here, or while we were looking at it. And now a little bit more shade. And I'm sure that's going to make these springboks even more relaxed and happier about being out in the open like this. I love the reflection in the water of those two that are fighting. Or were fighting. Let's just pull out for a little bit. See if we're missing out on anything on the fringes. No, just the usual suspects. You can see that cloud cover starting to come through a little bit. Oh, hi, Alice. You say thank you for joining the team today. My pleasure. It was really nice to be able to chat to all of you again. I do love it. I love being able to have some really cool discussions with you all. And I mean, I guess kind of how you saw when we were talking about the gazelles and the tribes and even the heat adaptations of these antelope, it really helps me think out loud when I get to think with you all, and also within the context of looking at wildlife. And I wish I could tell you how much I appreciate that, because I really, really do. Let's have a closer look down here. I can say that I think that my camera zooming in and out and side to side skills have definitely improved during the course of our escape to nature together. And no doubt they will fall away as soon as I stop. It's really fun doing this. I have a lot of respect for the zoomies that are constantly looking at these cameras and alerting us to cool sightings, cool animal behavior, rare sightings. It can sometimes be overwhelming because the camera is your eyes. So you can't just turn your head and have a quick look here, a quick look there. You've really got to commit to one side and hope that nothing else is happening on the other side in the time that it takes you to turn around and have a look. So I have a lot of respect for the zoomies that spend their time helping us. Let's see if we can get a closer look at our adorable goslings there. Wow, everyone, that was probably the most even sweep I have done so far. I mean, I just came from the back there, zoomed into these Egyptian geese like I've been doing this for years. And that is the pat on my back for for being a zoomie today, and having a look at all these cams and guiding you through it. Oh, they're absolutely lovely. This is at the stage where they're not as vulnerable to just kind of dropping off, as I said earlier. They're a little bit more robust. There's two, four, maybe seven of them. Not sure if the one I'm counting as the seventh is simply a rock or is an actual gosling. Either way, it's impressive. Ah, that's very interesting. Apparently, you guys have named these chicks, and you have named them based on everyone in MC. Well, I know everyone in MC, well, almost everyone in MC, so let's see which chick is which. Now, I don't see one talking a lot, so I'm not sure Gwen, the Egyptian goose chick, is here, because if there was an Egyptian goose chick named Gwen, that one's beak would be open. They know that I'm making fun. Like I have a lot of respect for the Zoomies out there and our audience, of course. I have a ton of respect for everyone in MC that allows us to do what we do. And I love Gwen very much, so I'm allowed to say that. Well, then, if that's the case, I hope that none of them drop off, and I'm very glad that they've made it to this almost well, not sub-adult, but to this juvenile stage where they're a lot more robust, and we don't have to say anything unfortunate. Gosh, now all I can think about is who's who here. I think that's Chulu there between the adults with the head underwater. Gosh, this is just becoming too complicated. Apparently, because there's too many people in the MC, they had to combine names. And when I think about people in MC being mashed up, it just my brain starts to hurt. So instead, we will say, "Well done, Egyptian goose parents. You did well to support your chicks to their juvenile age, and everyone in MC is very honored to be the namesake for your little ones. And we wish them all of the best." I think that's the best way to go forward. This was such a fantastic time at Okokoyo. Juba was wonderful too. It allowed me to reminisce a little bit. But Okokoyo was also wonderful because it a new experience for me. MC has decided to send me all the names and the combinations. My favorite one is MO, which is Mel and Olwetu, which I think, why isn't it just Meluetu? I think that's more fun. Anyway, thank you everybody for joining us for Escape to Nature, and I hope that you will enjoy Penguin Beach after that. See you again soon. Bye for now.